Good morning. My name's David. I'm a member of the OxBAT team. I'm very glad to welcome you back to our third and final day of the conference. Our theme today is impact, which is the more cultural, social, and anthropological questions that come about in the NFT space. And we have a really interesting broad range of speakers that reflect the broad scope of the anthropological theme. And whether you're joining us online or in person, I'm very excited for you to hear from some of our speakers today. And to kick the day off, we have Pekko Koskinen, who I think really embodies the anthropological theme that we have today. Pekko's a game designer. He is an artist, and he's a developer who makes very broad, ambitious games within games. Very interesting subjects. I'm sure we'll hear about them today. Pekko is also a member of the Ukon Artist Collective, and is also the co-founder of the Social Space Agency and the Economic Space Agency. And Pekko today will be talking on speculative social architectures, design space of tokens, offers, and their organizations. Thank you very much, Pekko.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I would like to apologize that it's morning. It's not my fault and nobody else's fault. It's just how the world works. But we'll go with that. The title was already mentioned. The whole thing is, I would say, it's some kind of unfolding of the title itself. But before I start, there's one technical question. I'm hearing myself on the computer. Do you know where it's coming from? Like, because I'm muted even. I'm still here. Can you hear? Maybe it's some speaker. Can you hear?
But can you turn off the volume?
It's completely off.
That is weird.
Yes.
Josh?
Yeah, it's a rather interesting puzzle to start off with. Yeah. So how can a computer that is muted? Yes, it's muted completely.
Okay, should be fine.
Okay, it's still here.
But it's uncomfortable if you're here talking and if you have all the time the echo. So if you can do something about it.
It's not fixed.
No.
No.
You can, like, you know, when you're speaking and then 2 seconds later the words come to you, which is a sort of a labyrinth. So can you hear? Yeah.
Oh, where's that coming from?
It's really coming from somewhere else.
It should be muted, right?
Yeah, it's muted. No, that's no, don't,
Okay,
don't,
right,
don't press because you need to.
That laptop's not on Teams, is it? No, it's coming through there.
It is on Teams. It's not going over there.
What a weird bleed off. Okay, so.
Is anyone else getting the Teams stream down here? It's not this computer.
No, no.
So it's still, you can.
Turn it up on.
I'll turn. Let's turn.
Yeah, that's muted.
Okay, let's see.
Definitely coming from your laptop though.
Yeah, it might be something that you
We
might
need
not
to go
be.
into the Teams audio settings.
Yeah, if we bring Teams up, if you click on
Here? No, it's
if you
minimized.
click on the middle of the video, maybe. Yeah, and set the 3 dots.
Yeah, that's it.
Show device settings. We can just tell it not to have any speaker.
Yeah, to
Yeah.
turn that speaker down. It overrides the
Okay,
speaker.
there we go.
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
Yes,
Must have been
great, thanks.
Great.
And now
We
to
can
get back.
minimize that window.
This one?
Yeah.
Right.
Cool. That's
Okay, so also welcome to Microsoft Teams. But okay, so hopefully the mic also carries. So the session will unfold this title, hopefully. But to put some introduction in, this is a kind of session that takes one look, certainly not the look, towards where are we that is kind of the design space around us in terms of the crypto economic additions to our possibilities. And then also, where could this space unfold? Now, I'm not a fortune teller, and often the future takes directions that are not necessarily the most interesting. But nevertheless, like, I think it's worthwhile to look towards the future, especially taking, for example, the sort of rise of NFTs, which didn't pop up from nowhere. We'll visit that topic in a second, but started from 2012 as a kind of a discourse, but then became a form that is currently rather influential. So this session is more about, okay, what could come next, and what kind of forms are developing, and what kind of implications they could have for crypto economy and the various forms we use it in. So, but to start with retrospective, with implications. Now, this is once again a perspective towards a certain kind of a start, but I try to underline certain implications of how this story happened and what does it mean for the current situation. Now, you could say that crypto economics started with a solution for implementing currency or monetary units, coins. This would be, of course, Bitcoin. And Bitcoin's core architecture, blockchain, was later injected to include smart contracts. That packs quite a bit in there. Like, you could say that almost immediately when Bitcoin gained some popularity, there started this culture of hacking the coin to be something else, which also led to like the early ideas of NFTs. And like the first mention of NFTs, I think, comes from colored coin and colored coin proposals, towards which actually Vitalik Buterin was already part of the implementation team of the colored coin. So he started in this hacking culture, and this hacking culture then growing from different ideas, first actually NFTs, by having a possibility of coloring a token, that it would become an individual. Later expanded, okay, what if that space would be programmable? Now, smart contracts idea is from Szabo, but not to delve too deeply into that part, I just want to highlight one thing. Smart contracts name an approach, but essentially they are just programs. And so you want to do this, make a program of it. You want to do that, make a program of it. And this in itself has implications. It's a general solution, but also in a way an unstructured one. Like towards economy is just saying you can do anything, just program it to existence. Now, then, as smart contracts came to be, so there was a programmable space, and there was this thinking of what could be done with this cool little programming we can put into this blockchain. There was the idea of organization that was, you could say, theoretized upon smart contracts. This would be Ethereum white paper, which outlined these two concepts, the do's and DAOs, decentralized organizations and decentralized autonomous organizations. As an anecdote, it's interesting that almost all the DAOs would actually be do's, and there would be really no DAOs at all per that definition. I can go into details of that, but maybe in some other context. And like I said, the discourse towards NFTs started around the same time, a little bit earlier. So there was the colored coin idea that you can have a coin, but then you can call it that to a difference, which then started to be called meta coins. That, okay, now we have coins, but we can make meta coins in itself. So meta coin was a cooler name at that point. The NFT title was in the mix, but not so popular at that point. Now, all of this has implications. First of all, maybe by accident, or not really by accident, but kind of haphazardly, crypto economy was conceiving an economy overall, which is a much larger unit than having currency. But it conceived this economy by first making a structure that was designed and tailored towards tokens. Not really even tokens, but currency, monetary units. And then later, the structure blockchain was hacked to include other economic structures. That in itself, the code that was in an awkward place in the blockchain, which we can see in the years to come. When, say, CryptoKitties started, there was the possibility of creating CryptoKitties, but there was really no way of running it because the system blockchain was not really suited for such an endeavor at that point. So we're living on hack structures, and then after that, we have been polishing the structures in itself. But beyond that, culturally, there is an interesting point that the whole conception of how the economy could be here started with monetary units. And everything else is secondary, which paints a picture of value, individual, etc., which we'll come to in a moment. As a side point, I have too many windows open. Bitcoin was not really only blockchain, but I would rather offer this viewpoint that you can think of Bitcoin as a kind of a game. That there was at the center, just like here, which is worker placement game, Tzolk'in. There is this central engine, this sort of mechanics that is moving things about, which are in this case workers, these little red and blue pegs. And then in the middle, you have a certain kind of value collection. Now, similarly, Bitcoin actually rolled the people. There would be miners, and the miners and others would enter into this game, which would hash out, essentially generate the coins. So I think it's somewhat valid to think about that Bitcoin is really designed as a whole, as a kind of a board game itself. Board game being metaphorical, but structurally it's very similar. Okay, so that's the implications part of this. Any questions at this point, actually? Yeah. It's not actually. It's more. This is kind of something I hold to very strongly, that essentially all economy is game structures in itself. But Bitcoin is a particular game. It has a fairly like board-like design. This is how it works. This is how you enter. So rather than being a porous network structure, it was a kind of a Gestalt game in itself. So both are games, just different games. But okay, so with that, I look at different design spaces that this beginning and the current situation has created for us. First being kind of the design space of tokens. After that, we'll go to design space of offers, which is a missing dance partner here. And then there's the design space of organizations. So design space of tokens. Now, a point on NFTs. NFT is of course called non-fungible token. And this was a name that seemed proper and fitting for financial interests. But I do think there is, let's say, an obfuscation in this name, that there was this whole culture of people learning what NFT means, and this non-fungible as a concept, kind of a weird, nerdy economic concept in itself. I think it's just hiding something that is in itself utterly simple. Ultimately, these tokens can be individual. That's it. That they can have an individuality, and the non-fungibility part is actually just commentary towards currency. Currency being fungible, every unit can be exchanged with each other. There's no really point of even thinking of them as non-fungible. And why I think that's useful to underline is, if we start to think of them as individuals, at least conceptually, I think it opens up different ways of thinking about them. Now, in terms of tokens, I think we're still looking for a large missing variety. To point out some examples, this is from a document I wrote for Economic Space Agency at one point, which was essentially mapping kind of the speculative space of different token behaviors, including tokens that, or most of them, don't really exist. But for example, some of these structures we can find from games in itself. So, for example, if something is an individual, that's one thing. But even if we think of something like a playing card, that contains, let's say, even a traditional playing card has a more complex take on what its type and individuality. Like the card deck is like a currency, but it also contains sub families that would be the suits, even other structures like court cards, etc. And then the cards themselves can be individual, as in here, a playing card that somebody has drawn something upon it. So in terms of structuring, the sort of possibilities of building not just families, but tokens that can combine, that can play with location, can be stackable, can be dividable, splittable, can contain side tokens, or even sides themselves as normal coins do. That's all possibility space that contains some excursions here and there, but is generally missing the kind of general outlook of those possibilities. And of course, they could be fungible or not. That's always a possibility. But beyond that, like, how should we think about tokens in general? Like, what is their role in the economy if we're entering these other structures? Now, in monetary theory, there's this understanding that monetary units are a storage of value. But I think already we can see in crypto that that in itself is something that we could actually question. That you could rather say that tokens, but even monetary units, are rather reflections of value. And you can take that even from normal units of money or stocks. You know, you have a stock, but if all the organizations disappear that would offer you an exchange for a stock, the stock has no value. Similarly, you can take something like Bitcoin, but remove all the exchanges, the value isn't there because it never stored it. It merely reflected the value that reflects from the organizational basis that has been built around it. And this is important in a sense of, so like, what's the fundament here? is token actually some kind of fundamental thing, or is it actually more like a playing chip? Just like a point in a board game, that point is dependent on the board game itself to be valuable. But isn't the token behavior exactly the same? And this sets up certain, let's say, perspectives and directions of what is actually functioning as the basis. Is that basis also actually in the blockchain, etc., which is something we'll come to later. But I also want to talk about offers. Now, there's an interesting quality to the idea of an offer. Like, I mean, we all know offers in the sense of here's a teddy bear, you could pay €5 for it, and you get the teddy bear. That's an offer. Now, in the crypto space, these kind of structures are covered by smart contracts. They're thought of as contracts, but then they're really programmed. But there's no structured analytic offer structures. There's no programmable offers, really, beyond the fact that here's a program, do an offer. And that creates some, let's say, discrepancies with how economy works in general. Now, economy has an interesting dance, where things like tokens, also coins, currencies, they reflect actualizations. This is the state of economy. This is how much value is here. And this actualization of what is the state of economy creates, of course, trust in itself. But in itself, if it would be just that, it would be a rigid, static structure. So how in normal economy and also in finance, this is counterbalanced by the offers. Because offer is rather an expression of potential. It's actually quite a kind of a quirky unit. Even the simple offer of €5 for a teddy bear, it's a thing that hasn't happened yet. It's not yet real, but it's defining how it could become real. Like, you could have the teddy bear if this thing happened. So it's not only an expression by nature, because you could make many, many kinds of offers, so forming an expressive medium, but it's also an expression that creates a state of potential, quite literally so. And if you look at economy and finance, this forms this dance that you have this sort of, in a way, static state of economy. We know, we have a record, and this is where things are. And then we have these offers creating potential around them, and when the offers are entered into and executed, the economy changes. The actuality becomes different. And both of these parts play, I mean, it's hard to put on a level, but you could say almost an equal role in economics. And yet in crypto, we have done almost all the work, starting from tokens. The interest is still in tokens, and the kind of offer structures are just program them. And still we know that actually the structuring that was brought into the token from Bitcoin onwards, it's precisely these different structures created and the protocols they created that open up this new space. And so there is a kind of space that is essentially uncovered, unexplored, which is what would be structured offers, what would be programmable offers. If we made different offer types, what would be the creations that come from that? So towards that, I thought this is a good illustration of the situation. There's this economic dance, the tokens are there, but the offer part of economy is destroyed in create the smart contract. And you're good to go with that. Now, this also means, I think, certain or has some implications towards the space of our economic expression in crypto. And this is of course, looking around also NFTs. NFTs create this island of variety of expression itself, but they are also within this token economy. So I think it's worthwhile to think about what is the kind of economic expressive power that we have. And towards this, I'll give one particular game structure. You could say it's a ready-made game or a found game. And I call it the up and down game. It could also be called Kafka's roller coaster or asymptotic flute of Mammon, which is the game that you play when you have a token of any kind. Like, let's say you have a Bitcoin. Now that you have Bitcoin, you can check the exchange rate. And then if it's going down, you can feel possibly bad about it. And if it's going up, you can feel good about it. And then you can exchange them to, say, other tokens. Let's say you change it to Ether. And then you go back to the up and down game. If it goes down, bad. If it goes up, good in itself. And you can even see this game, especially if you're in a crypto conference, you see people checking their phones and the exchanges are on and then there's emotions playing, but it's all the same rather dystopic game in itself. And this partly becomes because the token space of expression beside the NFTs is going up or down. And how much time of the world does this game take? How much it's being played? As how much invention is towards the invention of good strategies of investment, which are ultimately about feeling more happy in the up and down game. Like I should buy this token because it's going up. Now it's went down, I feel bad. So this is the reason why I also call it asymptotic flute of Mammon, which is a florid name, yes. If you don't know what asymptote is, it's the Lovecraft's blind idiot god at the center of the universe, which has a court. This is an image of the court as it expands through space. And it has in the court this sort of mindless droning of flutes that keep up the universe in itself. And I think there is something in that image of asymptote and the world order coming from a mindless droning of a flute and the mindless up and down game of the tokens themselves. Now compare that to the role of the offer. Now, of course, as said, one can speak of simple offers, but if we would actually start to think about it as programmable, what could be done with the fact that it's inherently an expressive form? Like I can make an offer that includes my reasoning expression of why this is good, this item. I can make wheels and deals. I can make an offer which asks not only for money, but also other things. How could we be helped by having such structures? And an example of this is, for example, crowdfunding. Now, if you take crowdfunding like Kickstarter, Kickstarter is really a website with one offer type, like one essentially programmable offer, not a crypto one, but still an offer type. It has just this invention of having a capability of doing an offer that has a time component in it, like the actual transaction of the offer happens later. Yet, if you look at Kickstarter and crowdfunding in general, it has created a huge area, huge market, but also that market has qualities of a market in a more fully fledged sense. Like in terms of crowdfunding, new even areas of publishing have been born, companies that run with it. And all of this happens with creating one offer type. So what's in the space of other offer types? that we don't yet have because we haven't developed them. So for example, one of the things I was formulating for EXA is the idea of an n-party offer, which is a sort of a nerdy term for, you could call it multi-party offer, I guess, n standing for any number. So as an example of this, let's say somebody wants to create some kind of an event, perhaps a party, and they don't have a space, they don't have money to buy whatever they need for it, and they don't have a sound system. Now, if there was a possibility of doing an n-party offer, they could say, okay, here's the idea of a party, here's what I can bring to it, and then have an element that I'm asking for a space. If you answer this, send pictures, and towards this part of the offer, I say yes or no, for example. Then there could be a part that is, I'm asking for money. If this amount of money collects to whatever, 1,000 euros or pounds, then this part turns green and kind of executes the possibility of money. But if more money is collected, maybe some additional elements come to the party. And you could also do different roles towards the money. If you give 20, you get something else than giving a 10. And then towards the sound system, this could be a possibility of asking for somebody who has a sound system or who might even be a DJ. And that could be a part of its own in the offer as well. So all of that can function as kind of a playground. That is, the person making the offer actually doesn't have much at all, but an idea. But they have created an economic, small micro ecosystem, which in itself can create a reality that combines people's actions to create a possibility of executing that economy and bringing the party to life. So, but even n-party offer is not really an idea that is even in the kind of traditional economy and finance. General paradigm of the offer is the two-party paradigm, like there is somebody receiving and somebody transacting. But of course, once we would go to programmable offers, we would have possibilities of expanding that space. And by that expanding economy, just like we have expanded it with cryptos, but also crowdfunding. Any questions at this point? That also came out with two wrong emotion. Let's say, any questions at this point? Any comments?
Capitalism, right? Like everything we do is in the up and down game.
Yeah, it's a good comment. Like, I think it's partly kind of chicken and egg thing. Partly capitalism is the up and down game because it puts money as the standard measure of value, and the money behaves in the up and down game as well. So it's not that they started with crypto, but I think kind of like the emphasis on tokens. Once again, NFTs are breaking that space, and this is actually one of the reasons why I think NFTs have created a certain spurt of creativity, is because it's slightly breaking that thing. But then still they return to this up and down game. You know, people look at the NFT values as well. Like there's little islands. The island itself can be rich, but then they're surrounded by the up and down game, where you go back to looking what's my NFT value in itself, which is an interesting. It's maybe too strong to say it's schizophrenic, but it certainly kind of works in a world that in itself is an island with maybe a utopian vision of art, surrounded by a dystopic exchange structures around it, so to speak. But yeah, like it's certainly not new, but it is something that is structural in the game structure of economy as a whole. And I do think that structure, being a kind of game that we play, has a psychological effect on us and how do we see economy, not just in crypto, but also in capitals.
Has this, or do you think that we just tend to gamify everything that we interact?
I think it's more like this particular style of gamifying it creates this effect. That if we want to enumerate value and want to create this sort of purified units that are essentially functioning as numbers, and then we place our interest and really our life's value into that, that is seems to be the likely result of that we go into this sort of Pavlovian game of looking up and down, which then in a Pavlovian fashion reminds us, okay, now you're doing something stupid because you bought this token and it went down. Now you did something smart because this token went up. And so it's very, very conditioning, you could say, in itself.
Pekko, can I just add a quick question to that?
Yes.
Like, so if with the end party offer, what would the game be around that?
It's an interesting question for me. Like, it's of course speculative, but nevertheless, like, if you think of this person who is, let's say, making this party, and they don't have anything but the idea, and they can create the structure, so they don't have economic value. So what they're creating is a kind of, it is a micro-social playground. Of course, it has structure certainly, but it's still like, hey, you could be like the one who offers the space for this place. You don't necessarily have to offer money. And of course, if you start to expand on that case, you could have offers that can have counter offers. Structure that certainly exists is like, hey, what about if you need a DJ? I could be a DJ in your party, and I would ask from you, from this party money, 100, for example. So it is this sort of social crossroads in a way that it creates or expands around it. And I'm certainly not making a case that, okay, this is the utopia and here's the dystopia, but rather that I think, first of all, it's interesting how that economic relation is potentially different psychologically. But secondly, it's also creating a different way of addressing economy, not from how much money you have, but actually what's your expression, what kind of micro-organization you're inviting us by the offer, and do people join that in itself? It's hard to say exactly, but I do think it would be different in terms of its behavioral patterns than, say, just playing with tokens. Okay, let's go forward. We have an interlude, actually. This is a story of ownership, not the story, but a story. And it has a subtitle, A Concept That Clouds Its Impact. The concept being ownership. And so ownership, let me do some scrolling because otherwise you don't see the whole thing. Also, things are on a delay, so we have to do the scrolling carefully. So, okay. This is a definition of ownership from Britannica. I thought bringing Britannica as a noble source in this country might be fitting. The parts that I put in italics are mine, or the italics are mine. The text is from Britannica. This is the whole definition, by the way. So you get things like, if you read through it, there is some rather interesting things, like, for example, it's a legal relation between person and object. Okay, that doesn't tell us much. It's a legal relation of some kind. And then there is some further definition of the object itself, maybe corporeal, or it may be a creature of law, which is a rather nice phrase, such as a patent, copyright, so on. Maybe movable or immovable. Then towards the end of that paragraph, we see the kind of conclusion on that part is that it is difficult to find a least common denominator of ownership. And then it continues. Ownership of property probably means that at a minimum that one's government or society will help to exclude others from the use of enjoyment of one's possession without one's consent, which may be withheld except at a price. Now, by the way, if you go to possession, this won't help you much. It becomes about physical vicinity and physical control, so it won't really give you here more. But it's interesting that we have this definition that ultimately defines a thing as probably. But this problem is not just Britannica. I can have my sympathies for this children's website who is probably using a source that is very similar to Britannica, given what it contains, making this definition of ownership. What is ownership? When I buy a car, I take ownership of it. It becomes mine. When I buy a house, I take ownership of it. It becomes mine, and so on, like also the puppy. So this is for me, it's as a definition, this is maybe the most tautological one I've ever seen. But this is what I mean by obfuscation. We have this concept that is, I would say, rather central to our world, and then we don't know how to define it. And I would propose that there is another way of looking at this, which is that we could define it, which kind of fits all of those definitions and also fits the use of it as a governance of the unit owned or object, whatever. But this proposal is actually a trap. And it's a trap because not only in a bad way, it's a good trap, bad trap. Because, okay, if we name it as governance of thing owned, well, that means that everything of governance just entered into ownership, the idea. Which is actually not wrong, I would say, because now if you go back to what is an ownership of a house, well, it's actually very different from ownership of a car, never mind the ownership of a dog. They all actually have different structures within them. And those structures are mostly resemble governance, if anything. That is, they will turn out, I have a right to do this and I have a right to do that, and so on and so on. But every one of them is slightly different. So that's part of it. Like, in a way, actually, the ownership, in this sense, is a kind of concept that clouds, is that it stops us from thinking that we are actually applying governance on every object that we call, I own this. And it also clouds from us from, say, NFTs, is this that if you're told, or at least maybe with slightly misleading terms, told that you own something, we feel happy, okay, I own it. But because that doesn't really mean much of anything, what's underneath is actually this platform has these rights, and this is how you govern it, which is the actual thing you have. You don't have ownership because it doesn't really have much meaning. So it works great as a way of painting over of what is your actual relation to the thing, which is governance-like. But there's an interesting other point here, which is we can then ask, but doesn't that then mean, given that ownership is kind of almost like the distributed battery of economy, that there is this little spots and pieces that are owned, and that incites offers, and it incites payment, and it incites money. And this sort of cloud of scattered ownership is actually what sources the economy itself, which is kind of semi-obvious, but doesn't that mean that economy is actually governance? That actually economy and governance are not two different things, but rather two different structures on the same thing, which could also be called organization. That is, economy works like a distribution tool. For example, money as an architecture is very good at distribution of volitional governance. Now, what does that mean? Now, if I have money, I can decide to buy something with it. And this is my power. This is my governance to decide to buy. And then that's controlled by prices. But it's volitional in the sense that it's my choice of where it goes. Maybe it went to coffee, maybe it went to something else, maybe it went towards a bicycle. But that's the volitional part of it. But it also behaves like governance in the sense that, say, if I have 5 million euros or pounds, of course I govern more space than a person with 50 euros or pounds. Like, if I think I want a house and that person thinks I want a house, who gets the house? Who gets to actually say what kind of a house they have? And this ultimately is governance. It just happens by different structure. Structure that in itself is distributed over the world, but nevertheless, and based on volition of my choices. But it points out another thing, which is a kind of interesting secondary difference between what is traditionally seen as governance and what is traditionally seen as economy, is that because this power of economy is volitional, it's not structured in the hierarchy of orders. Like we traditionally see governance as what I could call an order structure. That is, if there is a hierarchy, that means that someone has power over something, which is a way of ordering something. Like I'm the boss, I can order the graphic designer to do a new job. This is an order structure. We have an order of relation, rather. But in economy, one more thing on that. When we talk about zero hierarchy or horizontal structures of hierarchy, what we're really doing is taking this order relations and turning it either towards zero. It's still a structure of order. It just says it has zero order in itself. But there's another way of looking at this, is that what if the relation is not order, but it's offer? And that rather than me, the boss, saying to the graphic designer, you must do this because I'm your boss, hierarchy, I'm offering to the graphic designer this and that, and then they say, yes, I'll do it for this and that. That's an order relation. I'm sorry, offer relation. And this is actually allows one to look at economy in comparison in its governance to traditional forms of governance. Because it has volitional governance in terms of money,
Right, good morning to everyone. I'm really happy to see so many of you here. I'm really sorry about the delay, which is out of our hands. So my name is Tanja Sihvonen. I'm a professor of communication studies. I'm an academic. I'm representing the boring people here. And I've worked with something blockchain related with my colleague Tuomas Harviainen, who's a professor of information systems, or information studies actually. And so when we saw the call for this conference, we thought we absolutely have to send in something. But I have to say, I feel weird being here. And it's funny because this is not an academic conference, I see. And but I mean, weird in a good way. I'm actually enjoying myself a lot because I'm used to academic conferences where everybody's talking about their research. And of course, research is always, it takes time. It's kind of lagging behind a lot of, in a lot of cases. So going to a conference like this where people are sort of speculating about the future and talking about the present day is very invigorating and inspiring to me. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our research, and I'm trying to be kind of entertaining and lightweight and sort of brief with as also with the lack of time. Let's see how it goes. I'm trying to see where I'm going next. Yes, so who knows this guy? Do you know where this is from? This is from a program that aired in March 2018. Did anybody see that? No. Right. Just hang on a second. Oh, I'm doing something here. Oh, fortunately, it's not on the. Yeah. All right. So this is John Oliver, and he's a British comic, and this is a program about cryptocurrencies in 2018. Congrats to the production team being on top of things in 2018. In that week's episode of Last Week Tonight. So he explained Bitcoin in this episode as everything you don't understand about money combined with everything you don't understand about computers. And that pretty much nails it. So I'm kind of following his example and wanted to start in this kind of anecdote and propose that perhaps NFT artworks are everything you don't understand about money and with everything you don't understand about computers combined with everything you don't understand about art. So there's some food for thought there. Oh, it's not moving. Right, so I thought I would explain to you what I'm doing in my work by drawing a little picture. So as you can see, I'm not an artist. This is going to be terrible, but please bear with me. I'm trying to be brief here. So this is an artist, right? I mean, these are kind of the automatic shapes. I'm outsourcing it to the computer. This is an artwork. Here's the audience. And what we would like to see in the world is lines going like this, the arrows going like this. If this rings a bell in any of you, you might think of something like Shannon Weaver's model of communication, which has been extremely influential. Please wipe it out of your memory. It's BS. It doesn't work like this. I mean, this is a simplification, of course, and it's a model, but it's just so out of touch with reality. So what actually happens is, of course, we have members of the audience, we have members of the public who all have their semiotic processes of kind of understanding the work in their different ways, depending on where they come from, you know, who they are, what age group, what gender, ethnicity, nationality, language, everything. All of that plays a part in what an artwork is in the world. So this is called social construction. And of course, I'm talking about the context of making meaning, of understanding something as simple as a block, which is there in the middle, which represents artwork. So what happens in society is that people start talking about something and they start sort of vocalizing their opinion and discoursing about it. So this is the discursive layer, which is represented by the speech bubbles. I mean, I've been really, you know, stretching my graphic design skills. I mean, I know this is horrible, but please forgive me. I tried to put different shades of gray those of course have a meaning as well. But no, I'm joking. But this is kind of there to represent that there's all these different significations, different understandings, different ideas, concepts, you know, allusions, connotations about art that we have to take into account when we look at an artwork. It doesn't exist in the world as such, ever. And when we start thinking about this, it gets really messy really fast. That's why people don't like to think about these things. So when we're looking at the context, when we look at the context of understanding the discursive layers on top of layers, it gets very messy. And this is only the discursive layer around the artwork, but when we look at the whole picture, it becomes something like this. And I really stretched my limits here. So this is a picture which is trying to sort of show what I'm doing with my work. I'm trying to understand the whole picture of creation, production, and the work itself, how that exists in the world within all these layers of discourse, and what the audience and the public are doing. It gets very messy. So as academics, how we're trying to do this, how we're trying to understand it, is we build research projects, quite simply. We look for funding, we try to argue why this is important, we try to make the funders understand why this is worthwhile supporting. And this is absolutely relevant to the theme of today, which is blockchains and NFTs, because this is an area which has been quite difficult, you know, to argue to funders why they should fund something like this, a research on blockchains. And here we come to the discursive layer again. You can't separate the idea and the ideology of blockchain from the general discourse around it. And the general discourse is very much on what the funders, who are kind of, in my case, they're often bankers, how they see it. They see it as a threat. Threat to economy, threat to banking, threat to financial systems, and etc. Anyway, we managed to build a little project in 2017 and get funding for it in early 2018. So that's nearly 5 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. It's called Conceptualizing Blockchains, COBLO. And we've got 100,000 so far from small streams from different kinds of organizations and associations. And I mean, there's just some boring bits about the project. Actually, we're not looking at blockchains as technological things or NFTs. I mean, this all started before kind of NFTs were a thing. So we're focusing on the contexts. So trying to understand the wider context and the culture around these things. And of course, we're interested in networking and collaboration with everybody. So please get in touch if you want to sort of talk more about these things in the research kind of way. This is a little snippet from our website. And as you can see, our conference is mentioned there as well, which is something which it's a little bit of magic that happened on Monday. So we've got a research team, publications, events. We've got a couple of books that we have been contributing to, and we've even got a Twitter search engine, which is part of our data that we've opened up to the public. So anybody can go there, look for keywords in our a massive Twitter database related to blockchain especially. So continuing with this kind of funny business here. So why is this important? Why is it important to look at how people conceptualize and understand these things? This is from the kind of the deep, dark, nerdy corners of the internet. So this is a weapon, a trident, non-fungible trident, and you probably can be able to see read the text itself. I'm just going to read the bottom part of it. So this is a very mighty weapon, but it comes with a very potent curse. And it says, instead of wielding it, you may carry a fine painting of the trident and official papers of authentication to confirm that you do technically own the trident and show just how special you are. And we think like, oh, wow, I mean, this looks great. This is absolutely like a very interesting NFT. But when we go to the, sorry, it's just go to the next part of the of their Instagram. I mean, the Dungeoneers pack. So they say our first Dungeoneers pack NFT. Woohoo! We hear the market is really great right now, so we wanted a piece of that action, introducing and da da da. And then in the end, it says, obviously not really. Gods, can you imagine? So this is the WTF moment. It's like, not, absolutely not. Like, did you really think we would go for this? And that's like so interesting to me, because you would think that these are exactly the kinds of people who sort of would do this kind of thing. And it would make so much sense for them to do it. But still, they're like, what? You really went for that? No, no way. We're never going to do that. And that's fascinating. So, I mean, why do they say this? Why do people fall for it? And why are there such conflicting ideas about these things? You cannot ignore this level of understanding and talking about these. So that's why I think it's important. So basically, in our research project, we want to, sorry about the font, by the way. I think I'm used to working with much smaller screens. So we're interested in how ideas and concepts related to blockchains and cryptocurrencies are constructed, discussed, applied in culture and society. And we do this by mainly looking at 3 sets of research materials, a collection of journalism. So journalism is extremely important in making the kind of the wide public understand what something like blockchain is about, or what the NFT craze is all about. Then we look at business. So European companies, most of them mention something like blockchain in their annual reports. And it's very interesting to look at how they talk about it, how they see it. Do they see it as an opportunity or a threat? Do they associate risks with it? Or do they see, you know, potential for their business to expand on something like that? And so far, I mean, something like 90% of the discourse on blockchain is risk-based for companies on the basis of their annual reports. That's quite interesting as well. And especially when you talk about blockchains in the business world, it very soon often goes to talking about Bitcoin. So those 2 things, also coming from journalism largely, are very, very closely associated. And of course, we're talking about a historical period here. It might have changed, like in the 2020, 21, 22. We don't have that new data yet, but I think this is quite fascinating, that the kind of the general conception of these things, of blockchain, NFT, is something to be scared of, something to be aware of, and a potential risk for business, for practices in general. And then what interests me personally, because I'm a social media researcher and a games researcher, is social media data, especially from Twitter. Twitter is the kind of the standard choice for social media researchers. And we kind of try to understand how kind of blockchain appears there as a discursive element. And it's also quite interesting. There's of course lots of bots there, lots of promotional stuff, hype stuff. And that kind of contrasts, I mean, it's very positive on Twitter, obviously. So that contrasts nicely with the annual reports and the journalism. And we try to form a very big picture of this, of all of this. So looking at the mess around the whole topic, trying to understand the business side of it, the accounting, the finances, and also looking at it from a games and play perspectives, which is kind of my speciality. How it all started? It started with CryptoKitties. So we worked on CryptoKitties in 2018 and 19 and wrote a paper, which is kind of yeah, I mean, this is about blockchains. This is before NFTs were a thing, because this is written in 2019, published early 2020. And we were trying to understand how within the game of CryptoKitties, the value of individual kitties was determined on the Ethereum blockchain. So we looked at concepts such as value, ownership, scarcity, and valuelessness. And this is kind of, I mean, I have to kind of be sort of proud of myself here for once, because I mean, NFTs really weren't a thing at this time yet. And it's like sort of the way we framed the topic has been actually really crucial in our understanding of how NFTs have come about after that. And if I look at CryptoKitties, I mean, we looked at it as a system, as a game system where sort of things are fluctuating on the marketplace of the players who own the kitties. But if you think of CryptoKitties as NFTs, now they're sold, you know, I mean, it's a whole different game now, basically. And that's kind of interesting as well, because CryptoKitties was one of the first kind of successful, you know, relatively successful examples of game environments where blockchain-based gaming actually worked. And when I say that, I mean, of course, they look adorable. I mean, that's one way of doing, one way of, you know, motivating a research, I guess. I just said that CryptoKitties was an example of a game where things worked. Of course, I mean, they didn't quite work. CryptoKitties is not one of the most played game in the world or anything like that. Actually, its popularity has been declining really kind of to low numbers and so on. So yeah, I mean, our conclusion was that because games and play are voluntary activities that people sort of take part in with their intrinsic motivation to play, to have fun playing with others. And this game just didn't support that motivation. So it's not enough to make a game which has monetary sort of rewards that are potential for some players if they play it long enough and try to crack the code behind like kind of how to get a valuable kitty bred or something like that and sold. That was just not enough for the players to actually enjoy the game. So most players went in, tried it for a bit and left. And I think this is the story with a lot of crypto games and crypto gaming. So it has kind of this problems with not only the value of items, but also the valuelessness. So people are actually losing their money in buying these things. So they need more people to take part in these games and to kind of commit and take their time in playing them. But we still argue that actually crypto games might be interesting as a sort of laboratory of looking at how blockchains work. So we think of them as sort of test environments to look at how kind of the market might work. And think of like sort of, okay, of course there's the play aspect. There's also a casino element. There's a collection element. So these are games about collectibles, essentially. And that's something that appeals to a lot of people, even without the monetary aspect of it. So this is a small paper that we wrote about crypto games as sort of drivers for general blockchain application development, and trying to understand how sort of the games might be important to look at, even if you're not interested in games or play at all. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy that the abstracts for this conference were not published anywhere, were they? Not yet, maybe not, because what we said we would do is that we wanted to do a kind of analysis of the 50 most expensive NFTs sold to date, and look at who are the buyers, who are the sellers, what kind of works the list encompasses, and we didn't do this work. I mean, it proved out to be kind of very difficult. So I'm kind of relying on internet sources here and going back to this very briefly in the end. This is what I found like last week, literally, thanks CoinGecko. So this is the list of the 10 most expensive NFTs ever sold. And what's interesting here is kind of CryptoPunks. Like, that's half of this list. So tell me, what is it about CryptoPunks? Why do they make lists like this? We could also take a list of 20 most expensive NFTs. Like, what's their story? Of course, we would like to see things like, you know, Human One and The Merge, kind of this experimental collective art projects, which are sort of ideological or political as well. There are others kind of very influential ones as well, but somehow, you know, CryptoPunks are there. And to me as a games researcher, that's sort of super fascinating and also kind of a little bit maybe worrying for the kind of the general, if I think about the general discourse about blockchain and crypto in the future as well. So what we wanted to do with a list like that is we sort of kind of set out to expose injustices behind NFTs and the NFT trade. And that's actually what we said we would do and what we wanted to do, and try to talk about the new economic culture, digital economic culture, and try to really focus on thinking what the value of these works is based on, because that's a really, really difficult question. That's what why I'm joking about CryptoPunks and CryptoKitties so much, because you could ask, like, does anybody need a CryptoKitty? Does anybody need a CryptoPunk? Of course not. So why are they there? Why are they so incredibly valuable in monetary terms? And as a media studies scholar, I'm kind of fascinated by the connection between social media hype and circulation of memes and NFTs being sold and traded, because that's one mechanism which is kind of undiscovered so far. Or maybe you know someone who has talked about this and looked into it. I think there's so much potential there for us to kind of give food for thought in understanding what NFTs are actually about and what their value might be based on. So, and so far, the only thing I can say is that, you know, the NFT art market looks very, very similar to the traditional art market, sadly, although it was supposed to revolutionize everything. I don't have much time left, so I'm going to just very quickly go to the end. Yeah, of course, there are other studies. This is a very recent one in Nature, mapping the NFT revolution. What's interesting about a study like this is also a contextual study. It's not about the creators. It's not about the works at all. It's just trying to understand the surroundings, kind of the contextual factors that play a part in kind of understanding how NFTs marketplace works. And I find that also quite fascinating. That's kind of omitting the you know, the artist and the creator and the artwork completely. And I'm not in favor of that either. I think they also, of course, they play a part in, you know, it's still a CryptoPunk that you're kind of trading. So I tell my students, if you ask a question, you have to answer it. If there's no answer to your question, then that's not acceptable. So I'm trying to answer my question, do NFTs have cultural significance? Notice how I'm trying to avoid the word value in the title, because that's kind of too difficult a word for me. So I'm answering it, no, they don't. They actually don't, and you might be surprised about this. Perhaps not. Maybe this is just some So seed for conflict next. So I think we're still at the stage of trying to understand what the creators and artists are doing and what the artworks are about, so what the NFTs are about. But we're completely like not there yet in understanding how the context works and how we understand these things, largely speaking, in the wider audience kind of way. But also you could answer this question by saying, well, of course, it depends on who you ask. If I would ask this crowd, you probably would say, of course, NFTs are meaningful. Of course, they have significance. Like, what are you talking about? They don't have cultural significance. Of course they do. If I would ask another crowd who's completely kind of, I know a lot of kind of economics professors and very traditional people like that, they would say, what NFTs? What's that? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Or cryptocurrencies. Yeah, I've just like cut that out of my economics classes. So where you come from, where you're speaking from, where you're located, all these kinds of things matter in how you would answer these questions. And so, yeah, I might be going for, perhaps in some contexts, it is okay. They're significant, they are meaningful, and we could talk about that. That's why we're here. And then, of course, we could talk about sort of theoretically, of course, ideologically, floating in the air, they're very meaningful. But practically speaking, being a very down-to-earth person, looking for research material everywhere, kind of trying to verify the claims I make, not so much. But as a final note, where I would look next for the meaning for these things is really social media, and looking at how people talk about these things, how they signify them, how they want to kind of associate NFTs with, positive, negative things, promise, risk, whatever there is. So I think that's the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanja, for your very interesting talk. Do we have any questions for Tanja?
Thanks for the presentation. It's very interesting. Also, I'm also coming from the social media side, so I'm wondering how you went about taking those tweets out of Twitter and like what were the criteria and everything, because I had to deal with the same thing.
We just basically looked for keywords based. So for Twitter, unfortunately, you have to pay to get research material these days. So you have to kind of subscribe to the developers' tools and sort of pay Twitter to make searches. But basically, we just looked for the biggest possible keyword, which is blockchain. And then underneath that, we kind of had different categories for different kinds of things. So we're talking about hashtags mainly, and then also association of different kinds of hashtags for tweets is also very interesting, because that shows kind of the connections that you make in your very, very short tweet, and how you place that in a context. So if you talk about, if you have hashtag blockchain, hashtag risk, hashtag threat, that kind of shows something. So we thought that the association was very important to bring out and kind of map out as well to understand that. So this is an ongoing thing, of course. So I mean, social media data is sort of never ending project to get hold of that. But good luck with your project.
Yep, another question over here.
Thanks for the talk. Yeah, so just talking about Twitter, but for me, Discord is just an absolute goldmine of data for these kind of studies. And I wish I had time to do it myself, but just wondering whether you consider like an ethnographic study of the conversations that have gone on in Discord channels over the last 2 years would be absolutely fascinating. I think if someone's got the time to do that, yeah, please do it and write. You'd get a great paper out of it, I think.
That's fantastic. I'm actually completely agree with you. And I have a PhD student who's doing that. I mean, They are looking at social media more widely, but I think they started with Discord actually. And that seems to be, I mean, of course, that's not an open platform. Like you can't just, you know, end up there accidentally in those discussions. You have to be kind of looking for those places where you can talk to other people and kind of exchange ideas, but also the connection between sort of discourse and kind of tweeting or social media discussions in general with the price and the price volatility of NFTs is a fascinating topic that should be looked into much more in a bigger scale in general. So yeah, Discord definitely.
Great, good to hear.
Sounds like a good topic for OxBAT 2023. Do we have any more last questions for Tanja? Great. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For our next speaker, I'd like to welcome Eva Jovanova to the stage. Eva has an MA in Eastern European and Russian Studies from Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. Her focus has been on the politics, economy and security of post-conflict countries in the region. And I know that she uses her political skill set to advocate the benefits of blockchain adoption in developing countries, especially in dealing with tax difficulties they may have. And her talk will be titled, Getting the Message Across, How Web3 Will Change Political Campaigning and Framing. Great. Eva, thank you very much.
Hi, thank you. I decided to ditch the framing part because then it would be like an hour-long presentation. I want to. So how do I? Sorry. Yes. Okay. Where did I click? So I'm going to start my presentation with just asking the question, how ideological blockchain is. And first and foremost, I'd like to apologize. Wait, don't look at that. I'd like to apologize for not answering all of my questions. I think this topic just requires much more time in the future so that I could test some of these hypotheses. So I probably won't have the answer, but I hope to give you some provocative questions to think about and maybe implement in the future. And I am not gonna lie, there might be gaps or significant limitations when it comes to some of these positions, and that we would see, just like with this industry, prove wrong. I would hope to be proven wrong about some of these things. So briefly, I'm gonna start with the question how ideological blockchain is by looking through the party donations from crypto, from interested parties in crypto. So support across the political spectrum has been gaining a lot of weight lately, with a ton of candidates some of them even being self-proclaimed Bitcoiners, like the Bruce Fenton, who ran for Senate but lost his bid recently. What I do tend to see is that even though there are a lot of crypto PACs and super PACs supporting a lot of these candidates, when you go into these candidates' platforms, you would see that they're, even though they do support more lenient regulations, most of them support more lenient regulations of crypto, you would not see that they are crypto native. Like the ways in which they approach the audience, the ways in which they try to gain attention is through different toolboxes than the crypto native audience would necessarily adopt, with few exceptions that I'm going to talk about later, but these exceptions are not political candidates themselves. These exceptions are groups, are lobby groups, policy groups. So, so far, the funding of blockchain or crypto lenient candidates has reached tens of millions across the spectrum. Both Democrats and Republicans are recipients of these funding. Just to briefly say this, like, we have kind of debunked the myth that blockchain is trying to solve problems that don't even exist. Many of these people do acknowledge the problems that blockchain actually tangibly could solve, and which is why lately a Republican a Republican candidate has actually asked for more donations to be sent to the Democrat Party, just because they need a broader consensus on some of these legislations and issues. So altogether, the crypto PACs and supporters could have already reached closer to $100 million already, compared to the 2019 and 2020 cycle. That's an insane increase, where they only spent $13.5 million. As I already mentioned, like, there is like a slight asymmetry in the funding right now, with PACs trying to support more Democrats. Just to briefly mention this, when you look at how the message is being framed and structured, there is some difference. Whereas you would see the Republicans seeing it much more through a realist perspective. You'd see the frame of crypto and blockchain technology just giving them a competitive edge over other countries, making the country just more like just better than other countries. Whereas you would see more Democrat candidates just framing the issues in terms of reducing poverty and equal opportunity, increasing equal opportunity. So what I would consider bigger agenda than blockchain adoption is the fact that some of the people who do invest, who do have a big stake in the crypto and blockchain industry in the United States, briefly to mention Samuel Bamford, they have donated a lot of money across the spectrum, and not necessarily to politics, but to policy, such as plans on preventing further pandemics and environmental acts, etc. So to briefly just give you an overview, two of the main PACs that have put a ton of money behind candidates are the GMI PAC and the American Blockchain PAC. I just took this list to illustrate to you just how divided it is. Like, as you can see, there is even an independent candidate being supported by this money, by this PAC, and many of these people were not supported by this much money being funneled to them in the past. So to give a brief overview now of how political campaigning, how the political campaigns are structured before I delve into how Web3 can be used for this, is that you need, first of all, you need a lot of data and polling and a lot of grassroots support to start any sort of campaign, which I think is self-explanatory, and I'm not going to go into further detail. But the ways that, like, the questions that you need solved for a political campaign to be successful is to engage communication through your website, to get funds, to engage your constituents and constituency management, to manage your constituency well, to manage your program and platform well, and social media. So I think social media deserves like a further slide, because I'm going to talk about like the advertisement and how Web3 is going to change it further. It requires a special attention because the social media, Haltman basically did the research on what exactly about social media is appealing to voters when they engage, and how this contribute to the candidate's image in terms of trustworthiness, attractiveness, candidness, competence, and uniqueness. And they found out, he him and his researchers found out that the social media credibility is the number one aspect, like by far, the number one aspect in their regression that adds most value to a candidate's image. But second was the word of mouth. And I think we can all agree, everybody who's been in the crypto space can see how word of mouth plays out. It's through, like, it's not one-on-one engagement with whatever platform it is, whatever project it is. It's usually through a different, like, intermediary. It's through a different channel. It's through a different group where you're basically your crypto, well, your crypto bros, your crypto community gives you more information, and then you interact with them. And then the social media interaction, what they saw was that this was still very important. It had like a much more linear, trajectory than the word of mouth one. Okay. So why I paid special attention to social media is that political campaigning has since 2020, well, basically since 2016, political ads on social media have been frowned upon after the Cambridge Analytica scandal. And since 2020, much of the social media platforms have banned political ads, except for Spotify, which kind of reversed this later. Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Pinterest, YouTube, and LinkedIn, and Google will not allow you to just put on ads and advertise freely wherever you want it. However, there are just other ways that I found to be interfering with this policy. So first of all, it's basically inefficient. As you probably know, there are a lot of influencers on these platforms that still can paddle your message through and are not subject to any of these political ad bans. And sometimes it's even more, sometimes that's even more effective than putting your message and just putting money behind it, because there is a word of mouth and social media interaction attached to it that you'd not normally see if you were to put just a regular ad. The second issue with this is that it has become increasingly difficult to track spending, like campaign spending, through programmatic advertisement. What that means is basically that you use like a third platform to push your ads for you, and then you need a very a kind of a senior consultant to track all of that, put that all of that for you out there, and then also like you lose track of a lot of the data, and then you kind of tend to fail to engage the people you would initially want to. This has come at a disadvantage to smaller parties or less funded ones, and to movements, because programmatic advertising is extremely expensive, and it also comes with like the technological hurdle attached to it compared to social media ads. And on top of that, like the problem with misinformation was not resolved. Like you can see ExxonMobil putting a lot of money into their ads, pushing a message that's fake on natural gas, and it being completely, or some of their energy resources being completely clean. That has not been debunked, that has not passed a censor. However, a climate PAC would not be allowed to run a political ad campaign, which to me seems like a little bit of a gap in what's fair. So as I said, big firms tend to be like at a bigger advantage, and they can push their ideology or message through, and kind of lobby with leaving some of the smaller movements out. Now coming to the funding question. So dark money in US elections has been like a big bipartisan issue. Just this year alone, there was recently an investigative journalist that found out that around like 1.6 billions of dollars were funneled to Republican PACs from unknown donors, which according to U.S. laws, it is still controversial, but you don't have to show complete transparency of your donors, and the pushing for the Disclose Act has been very it has raised a lot of controversy, and in the past years, if it's voted, if it's enacted, there might be like some ways to curb dark money being funneled. And because this is not like the first example is just for this year for the Republican Party, but from the previous years, billions of dollars have been funneled in both to both parties, and that can be extremely dangerous. The fact that you don't know who is funding what and why they're funding, and you can't like delve deeper into into this network. And then the third part is the way that primary matching funds work in terms of fundraising. So for candidates to be able to qualify further in electoral races, I would say that the US system is much more convoluted than in other countries, because you need to meet a certain threshold every time you want to go further in the race of donations. And it's not only the donation part, like it's not only the numerical part of the donations, but there is also the part with like how many donors there have to be, how much money, in how many states for you to gain a competitive advantage and to move further in the race. And now how I see blockchain tackling some of these issues. And I'm assuming that this will raise the most questions, so I'm going to spend more time on this. So first of all, the party platforms, engagement of the audience has been something that has been really on the margins when it comes to communities and when it comes to political parties and trying to build their agenda. So this has been an issue with a lot of voter mobilization. I don't have a lot of citations, but I think there is like sort of a consensus that voter mobilization and the engagement of voters into your party platforms has been a contributing factor to voters just not showing up, not being politically interested or engaged. What I see as a potential way through, or what Web3, the ways that Web3 could pave this, could mend this gap, are first of all to use real-time polling and dApps. Those are not extremely. It's not extremely necessary to be on the Web3 because we've seen like real-time polling work in other platforms as well in the past. To use this data and to start engaging more further with their audiences, maybe through DAOs, maybe giving them leeway to or giving them room to just state their preferences and just vote on different agenda, or just see what should be the main priorities of a political party platform. What I see as that could kind of debunk further the idea that parties are only that party platforms are only made by lobbyists and the candidates themselves, is that if you have big DAOs or just small policy DAOs that are connected to your platform, you could basically test out and see where the hearts of the voters are at, instead of just going with your platform first and then seeing who supports you later. So the engagement there is like a huge potential for future engagement. What I see the advertisement being, how I see the advertisement being mended is through kind of through intentionality. So you don't go with like one big message, you go with many smaller messages, and then you see who engages with them. So it's not what has been the issue with Web 2, where you're peddling your message to everyone who has clicked on something, has liked something, and is passively consuming your message. Here you need the intentionality with like basic attention tokens or further attention tokens that are popping up on some of these browsers that do have ads. I just put like the basic attention tokens for Brave. You need to see like who actually is receptive to your message instead of just kind of pushing a message that resonates with everyone but doesn't necessarily give you much engagement. And then I see with some of the DAOs, in some of the political DAOs, what I see is that you stress your affiliation through an NFT, which sometimes are extremely expensive. However, these are transferable, and some of these projects have the run at like the risk of just seeing some of this affiliation being, not necessarily genuine. If you can transfer your NFT to whoever just because the price increased, just because there are no, just because this candidate won that they supported, or whatever the policy went through that they supported, you see kind of like a very materialistic side instead of, genuine engagement. So I would see like soulbounds taking the place of NFTs of supporters. And then just to briefly say, like the restriction issue with Web 2, as I said, even though there are too many gaps, in the Web 3 world, there is much less restriction and regulations when it comes to political advertisement. Like if you want to put, let's say, an ad in Decentralised, you're immediately banned from making like a political ad or a big, like for candidates. But when you go into the regulations further, you see how big the gaps are in this regulation. So basically, anyone who owns land could be putting ads on there, and that is not regulated by the privacy policies. So maybe regulation in the space in terms of like how candidates would advertise is pending. But currently there is still a lot of ways to do it. And what I said before with the intentionality. So what has been the status quo in social media marketing is tribal marketing, which basically means you segment your voters, you segment your audiences in every possible way, and then you see it's not just gender and age and geography. There are way too many ways to kind of like segment your your audiences, and then to push different messages onto all of these people just based on what they might like. As we know, what party platforms are extremely broad, so you can see who your environmentalists are, who your LGBT supporters are, and then push a different message. What I see with like reverse tribal marketing is that you need to have, first of all, like an engaged agenda, and then instead of just peddling it through, you need to see who comes to you, which is a very different relationship in terms of how campaigning is done compared to today. So for fundraising, I see increased tracking. So first and foremost, a lot of these PACs, a lot of these political groups are supporting crypto donations. Just to give a brief overview, that's not necessarily, it's kind of a way to signal. It's not a way to actually get donations and use that money, because the way that money works after that, if you want to use your crypto donations for anything, As you probably know, like you're very restricted in the US to pay with it. So you have to transfer that money into fiat, pay taxes on that money as if it's income, and then use it as, you know, for whatever campaigning purposes you have. So with crypto donations, it has only been like so far a signaling moment instead of a genuine way to, you know, support your candidates. And then what I see is I see here the possibility if regulations allows that further, I see the possibility of increased trafficking of who sends you how much money, what wallets are these, where are they located. As we know, all of these transactions are easy to track, or most crypto transactions are easy to track unless you're transacting with private coins. So the increased tracking can increase the credibility of the candidate. Less corruption. I think that's self-explanatory because you would have, you would know who's funding what, and then it's much more easier to track where the money is going to. It's not a one-way street when you're campaigning. You're putting a lot of money into all these different things, and it's very like increasing the transparency of where the money is going to from you can play a really big role in increasing trust. And just as to briefly mention the last part, engagement via coins. Some political DAOs are already issuing coins. However, no candidate has. I think the only candidate that did have a coin was the Miami candidate, the mayor of Miami. It's just a way to kind of signal that you support the project. It's a way to find ways to engage with your audiences in a very in a way that has not been that we haven't seen in the past. And then I'm briefly gonna look into how two political DAOs have built their engagement structure, and why I see one of them as a better roadmap than the other. So to get into the weeds, Lobby 3 was founded by the former candidate, presidential candidate Andrew Yang, earlier this year. And just as a disclaimer, I'm not supportive of any, I don't own any of these NFTs and of these political DAOs or lobby DAOs, and I don't have any affiliation with them. So he has been kind of committed to pushing forward a lot of big ideas, and Lobby 3 is basically aiming at directly funding policy advocacy operations in DC. It's dedicated to decentralizing economic opportunity and educating policymakers in Washington. And the ways that you can engage with them is basically, I don't think you can mint any more tokens at the moment, except for the founder tokens. It's very expensive. I wanted to become a member just based on just as an educational experience, but at this stage, the whole program, the Lobby 3 is basically in its incipience. It hasn't even started its DAO. It's promising it would. There are 3 ways, as you can see, to engage through like a member, an advocate, and founder. All of these costs have a different cost. Like the founder has cost 40 Ethereum to become a founder, and then the advocate and member ones are much cheaper. The issue with the ways that you become a member of both of these basically lobby groups is you just need a MetaMask. And as you know, probably just needing a MetaMask is not enough for you to prove your identity or where you're at, where you're located, who you are, and why you engage with it. So there is a big, so a lot of these things are in the shadow, and who is supporting what is already in the shadow, given how much money is funneled through this lobby groups. One of the pertinent issues is that you can be still influencing policy and education on this without being a citizen, which was, you know, an issue in the past in politics. So just to briefly mention, Lobby 3 right now does not have a PAC funding agenda. And they don't have a coin, so they're not issuing, so they're only minting NFTs for their supporters. They're not issuing for their infrastructure, and they're not channeling all this money into candidates yet. A different one is 3.0 DAO. It's a DAO that was founded by a Texas-based person with oil and construction industry background. His name is Dustin Dill. Has not been engaged in politics in the past. It operates in as a decentralized autonomous organization, and with kind of like a web-based entity that can be governed with blockchain tokens. And this DAO has they're the first ones to be registered in the Federal Election Committee as a political action committee. So it means that they can funnel a lot of money into candidates, and they're allowed to, but they're not they're not kind of like subject to some of the regulations that some of the other PACs are subject to, just because of the decentralized nation or the decentralized organization style of this DAO. And so to put it briefly, a lot of political money will not be controlled by the people who purchase the tokens, because there is just no transparency over who has how many tokens in this DAO and who has the biggest share, and the watchdog is just not controlling where and how some of this is, how and where some of this money is going to. So one of the in one of their stages, they have they do consider DAO voting as part of their agenda. They do consider further staking and better staking rewards for their members, for the people who purchase their NFTs and are supporting them. And they do kind of oversee that they do envision a DAO rating system for politicians and bills and policy papers. So I would say that 3.0 DAO has a much higher chance of becoming extremely political, extremely fast. Okay. So I started gathering a couple of possible caveats. I already mentioned the perks, and I started to go through a couple of caveats. If you're a politician that is in the Web3 and wants to support Web3, if you want to become a crypto native politician with your agenda, there are extreme caveats that you need to consider, such as the gaps, first of all, in advertisement regulations, but also more importantly, the gaps in audiences. Who is engaged and who will be engaged in your messaging is very restrictive. There are the engagement of just people who are more affluent and men is much more predominantly expressed in the crypto industry and with more sophisticated crypto projects than elsewhere. And DAOs I already spoke about DAOs, but everyone who's been engaged with some DAO, they notice very early on that they tend to go inactive, and they tend to kind of it's very difficult to get everyone to vote, or to even get like the necessary majority on voting things. So they can go dormant really fast. From what I was already sharing, the fact that you can only, with a MetaMask account, that you can only, become a member of some of these, of some of these political DAOs and organizations and groups, it makes them, in my view, it makes them very easy to hijack by foreign or malign actors, or just not to know who is actually engaging with me, whether I do have the staking power as a regular member, or if someone is going to outvote me. So another thing is what I already spoke about, the fundraising as a political statement versus the ability to actually get funds, useful funds, and fund your campaign with it. And the pertinent question of who is funding what. Who are these people who are purchasing my NFTs with their MetaMask accounts? Who are these people who are, engaging with me and buying my coins, with which I can fund my party? And then, of course, there is, the hype versus the genuine engagement question. A lot of the community has been, driven, at least at some point, by hype instead of genuine engagement. And there is, always the risk of having a coin like Wonderland that gets attention just by high burn rates and extreme staking rewards multiple times a day, but then being basically a Ponzi scheme. So how do you, escape the appeal of having like an extremely hyped crypto project versus a genuine project in the industry, is something that politicians will need to deal with, because a lot of the appeal comes early on just by seeing something extremely big, such as staking rewards by the thousands, with an API of 1,000%. So my hypothesis and conclusions, or conclusions maybe, and I want to invite you to give me more comments, with more engagement of smaller groups of voters who decide to engage, like who have the intentionality to engage, versus one big clear message, lead to more fragmentation. How would this kind of affect the median voter theory? And the median voter, that's a very old theory that has been used in many, or has been adjusted in many contexts. But it's basically a theory that says that you won't have the tails of a political spectrum win an election. You only have someone who's reasonable enough to be in the center, appealing enough to most people. Another question would be, are we going to extract with these DAOs the policy from politics? Because some of the political DAOs that are engaged, or some of the political platforms that operate in the crypto space, or try to operate in the crypto space, they have a ton of niche policies that they're very engaged with. So are we going to see more fragmentation and smaller parties appearing from there, instead of real and very engaged, extremely long policy papers? And the question of inability to put comprehensive policies and regulation in place is something that the space is developing much faster than the regulations. Yes, and to briefly mention the last one, it has been already talked about here. The Web3 success is kind of the success of these parties or political candidates to engage people in the Web3 is very much contingent on the Web2 candidates' appeal. So you still rely on the previous infrastructure to build up things on in the Web3. Yeah, and that's, I don't have a thank you slide, but thank you.
Eva, thank you so much for your observations and these interesting questions. I think, unfortunately, we don't have time to answer your questions right now, but if anyone has any they want to ask, either during the break, which we're about to have now, I'm sure she'd be happy to answer them. And we're going to meet back here at 11:40, so just a quick break, but if you have a chance to get a coffee or something. Thanks very much. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you managed to get some coffee and or sugar into your system. And our next speaker of the day is Matteo Messina, who's joining us online. Matteo is an artist and a researcher who's living and working between Milan and his studio in Volpedo. His work focuses on the relationship between gamification, surveillance, and the subsequent social impacts, both now and in the future. And the topic of Matteo's talk will be the backbone of blockchains, decentralized surveillance, and distributed control. So I'll hand over to Matteo now.
So good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. And thank you for your introduction and for this opportunity. I'll start saying that I'm a Web3 and blockchain researcher, lover, investor, and in my works, I always try to build collaborative platforms instead of artworks limited within the contemporary art system. And however, my research on control and surveillance apparatuses and my activities also, as well as a DeFi investors, brought me to better analyze the Web3 frameworks with a broadened spectrum, yes, we can say. So the blockchain has the fascinating history of a revolutionary technology born from intuitions and developed for over 40 years. Anyway, the focus of this paper is on the last 14 years, the post-Bitcoin period, which is marked by, in my opinion, crucial moments made of technical innovation and new social paradigms that have evolved, implemented, and perfected the infrastructure, building a parallel financial system, as we all know, in contrast, even ideologically, with the neoliberal one. However, this period, in my opinion, has been continuously influenced by politics of deregulation and manipulation. You can scroll down if you want. And so deregulation contributed to the formation of the first niche of users, consisting of leading investors from the global financial system. And I call them outsiders, who are both investors and developers, attracted not only by the economic prospect, but also by an enthusiasm for the Web3's principles of financial, social, and democratic freedom. A community thus who laid the technical and economic foundation of DeFi. On the other hand, manipulation processes consist of targeted mass media actions to influence public opinion and label the world around the blockchains as an anarchic or a dystopian space. And to do this, only information about frauds, the excesses of the NFT bubble, or the madness of the metaverse, to name a few, has been filtered out without allowing any technical insight into the underlying infrastructure. And in the meantime, gamification process experiences, not processes, with no apparent correlation with Web3 have multiplied. Just things, for example, of the proposed Chinese social credit system or the receipt lottery. I don't know if you had in UK, we had here in Italy, or the rating and reward systems in the social media. Thank you. Yeah, you can scroll down. And so these experiences form the necessary basis for training the citizen player of the future who perform within smart environments which are managed like a video game map. So the two mechanisms described have contributed to the last year's gold rush, where the niche of early users have accumulated wealth and laid the foundations for ruling as well over the DeFi and the Web3 environments. And by exploiting the difficult technical accessibility of the blockchain's backend, for example, and an absence on educational on the subject. I'm talking about a few years ago. Now there are degrees, courses, and so on. And of course, as I said, the public opinion manipulation, the economic gap, which is an intrinsic property of the functioning of the capitalist system, has already been breached. So only in this way the neoliberal model can replicate itself as the predominant one towards new, more effective and maybe efficient forms without affecting any power relations. Currently, especially after the pandemic, we would need a redistribution of capital, of course, but DeFi doesn't seem to be a sustainable way for now. Certainly, it has allowed many people to access highly profitable investments, but their number is infinitely small to be considered a solution to the problem. The course of events, in my opinion, brings the Web3 story closer to the myth of the American dream, of the self-made man. But the cycle of rise and disillusionment will last less in today's real-time algocratic and technocratic society. And in this scenario, if we agree that blockchain is an interoperable, secure, sustainable alternative network, these characteristics make also the perfect potential control and surveillance and infrastructure. And the consequences of the processes of manipulation and the regulation I described before have favored trajectories of infrastructure centralization. And that's a really important point in my opinion. And I will try to outline some of these trajectories. I took note of these, maybe, yeah, sorry, yeah. The first one is the centralization of economic assets, because early investors centralized most of the resources. And now if we see whale wallets being able to influence price, are building a real plutocracy on market indices. Think about this information from Cryptonomist. As of 6 August 2022, only 2,200 Bitcoin wallets own the 42% of the entire supply. So that could be a problem. The second one is the centralization of exchanges and platforms, because the network is based on centralized companies with an hierarchy, with legal and fiscal headquarters that responds to the financial laws of the countries in which they are registered. And this problem was also highlighted, for example, after the Ethereum merge, where most of pool of stakes are on these platforms. And the merge was, of course, more sustainable, but Ethereum after this event is also more centralized in a certain way. The third one is the centralization of data, because tokens, smart contracts, assets rely on the same wallet address. And with the introduction of more personal tokens, as such as NFTs, soulbound tokens, for example, that we'll discuss in more detail in a moment, all personal, financial, and investment data are encapsulated in a single repository, where every transaction and movement is even publicly traceable. And the fourth one, as I said before, is the centralization of knowledge, which is very important, because distributed ledger technologies have highly technical and complex structures, and one can operate at several levels, but not all of these allow for forms of investment. In the future, when mass adoption of this technology will occur, of course, how can you say, most of the resources will have already been drained, and so the new users will be passive consumers without being able to capitalize high investments. So these factors can be compared with those of the first financial deregulation, the post-Bretton Woods, symbolically as well, because by decoupling the dollar from the gold standard, the Bretton Woods also changed the physical value of banknotes and coins, just like cryptocurrencies 40 years later. And there is an historical continuity between the forms of neoliberal governmentality and the blockchain protocols, not only from a power management point of view, but also in the modalities of this management. Structural analogies that, for example, sacralize the archive as the space of protection for this power. So the blockchains not only produce unchangeable data, but stores and manage it. But they are public, but encrypted, seemingly neutral data that encompasses decisions and contingencies that may affect broader systems, ecosystems as well. And it is precisely the question of cryptography that constitutes another point of continuity with neoliberal methods, because it improves the existing governance mechanisms, which are increasingly problematic due to the data traffic, the increasing data traffic, or the sophisticated cyber attacks of today. So in essence, it's the same. The information is no longer closed in the institutional offices, but they are public on mainnet, and however, its content is still not visible. So in the future, the DLTs will need to become the globe's main connection infrastructure. I say will need because with the increase of internet users and the multiplication of services, the optimization of performances, only a distributed system will be able to handle such volume of data traffic. Not only that, because as I described before, the blockchain could also solve complex cybersecurity problems that undermine current e-government proposals. And by adopting a distributed system, it is possible, of course, to prevent and counter attacks like DDoS or malwares, to name a few, bypassing the single point of failure of the classic networks that endanger not only economy, but also social structures. But, and to get there, blockchain must bring together financial institutions, governments, investors, and developers on the issue of anonymity or pseudonymity. And in this regard, it is useful to keep in mind the project of central bank digital currency, the CBDC, because they are detectors of monetary policies on DLTs and cryptocurrencies. And according, for example, to CBDC tracker, today, 97 countries have initiated projects which are both in a research or in a testing stage. And the very recent case is Australia. And it's very interesting because the central bank digital currency will be based on a private fork of Ethereum. And in August, they launched the pilot project, while in September, they made a bill to broadly tax the other cryptocurrencies, which will be excluded basically from the list of foreign assets, but will be taxed internally. And I would like to quote a speech, which I have here, maybe, yeah, by Fabio Panetta, who is the member of the executive board of European Central Bank at the Symposium on Payments and Securities Settlement in Europe, which took place 2 days ago in Frankfurt. And he said, some permission DLTs are less energy intensive, but may still compare unfavorably to centralized infrastructure. Importantly, the governance of major DLT technologies and network is dominated by actors who are either unknown or based outside Europe, which raises concerns about strategic autonomy. So the issue of anonymity will have to be discussed more in depth in a governmental spaces, in the central banks, in the parliaments, and so on. So therefore, the development of solvent tokens appear to be a compromise to achieve and accelerate this process of identification in the Web3, and consequently to initiate a regulation within centralized parameters. SBTs may represent a real breakthrough, so much so they introduce the concept of decentralized society, as most of you will know. And quoting from the white paper, from the Findings Web3 Soul paper, decentralized society is centered around accounts or wallets holding non-transferable, initially public, soul-bound tokens, representing commitments, credentials, and affiliations. Another passage in the white paper mentioned, an ecosystem of SPTs could unlock a censorship-resistant, bottom-up alternative to commercial credit system. This could be revolutionary and a clear breaking point if the infrastructure were truly decentralized. Otherwise, they could become important control and identification tools. Blockchains are already being presented as the next powerful technology for urban government governance and management. And in the near future, they also could become the backbone of devices control for tracing and identification. Some application could be smart cities, CCTV camera, data verification systems, or IoTs, apps and apps powering public services, or the management of migratory and the refugee flow that is already active with international institutions. And so with the progressive elimination of anonymity, They will be also able to monitor the wallets or souls, as described in the SOC paper, tracing back to the owners thanks to the most personal encrypted tokens like SBTs. And the processing of data and the execution of the decisions will be highly automated with possible interferences with the judgment and punishment activities that being managed by blockchain oracles. They can even automate incurring penalties, limiting even the right of defense. So let's take maybe an example. In a public space, a biometric camera powered by blockchain could easily assess a wallet by linking the SBT's credentials. In this case, all economic, financials, and personal assets of the owner are shown. The oracle can then give rewards or withdraw a potential balance of a fine based on recorded actions. Obviously, this is a theory that is not applicable now because it would mean overturning constitutions and forgetting years of struggles and rights. But from a purely utilitarian point of view, it would be a solution consistent with gamification processes and extremely advantageous from the economic point of view of a state. I'm thinking of Italy, for example, where the legal system, also the juridical system, works really poorly and is expensive and it is really inefficient. And we don't know about the next government what will be due because they are really talking about blockchains in their program, and it's not a really democratic government, I would say. So the citizen models of the future will be based on public smart environments managed by, connected to personal smart devices, and blockchains are the most suitable infrastructure to govern this scenario. This will certainly allow for a more comfortable everyday life, but it will ease the tracing and surveillance processes, and the management of the space will be similar of that of a video game map, and the citizen will be the character who plays inside the arena, nothing but the metaverse or the extended reality. So it is necessary to understand that blockchains could represent the next normative apparatus shaping our everyday lives. But the point is how decentralization will impact on the new set of laws. If decentralization, as described before, is just a tool to increase performances, we may see new forms of state governmentality relying on codes with game-like automated rewards or punishments procedures to maintain, surveil, and control the public security. But if decentralization processes work as neutral agents, not able to be influenced by any centralized authority, we might assist the birth of the real decentralized society with an ecosystem of DAOs, self-sovereigning and self-regulating, a transparent governance with citizen empowerment, and a more democratic, less hierarchical communities. So we all need to analyze even the slightest attempt at regulation because small steps can cause great changes. And the niche of developers who have the technical knowledge in their hand should work on ensuring effective decentralization and show that this is the win-win way. And of course we need a regulation, but I don't know if in centralized parameters, because it could be like the evolution of the current system in a more efficient way. So being relatively still at the beginning of this journey, there is still room for bargaining, in my opinion, before overcoming dangerous ethical limits. So in conclusion, I would say that we must be positive because the innovations brought by Web3 and DLTs are a real game changer. But we also must be aware that these powerful tools are also useful for political and military apparatuses. And as one of my best professor, of the best professor I've ever had said, the moment when the smartest people in the world came together in the same room to build breakthrough technologies was during the Manhattan Project, which led to the construction of the atomic bomb. So the power of knowledge plays a crucial role, and it depends on how it is used and who the recipient is. But I'm also convinced that these technologies, and I finish very soon, if not compromised by any third parties, can build a really better system for the first time since maybe 200 years in a real discontinuity with the current model. I think I've finished, and thank you so much. Sorry for my English, my pronunciation. I'm not very good.
Not at all. Thank you so much for joining us from Italy and for your very interesting talk. Do we have any questions for Matteo?
I was wondering about, you had this arrow on your slide about gamification. How can we play these games to choose which direction we are taking?
Okay, so gamification experiences. This research started from the gamification studying of especially the Chinese social credit system, and I noticed that during the pandemic, these experiences had multiplied, and of course, these are really important tools for governing people, because it is going to build what a great researcher and who is called the Alberto Vagnolo, if I'm not wrong, the concept of playable citizenship. That is the process of governing through like rewards and game-like systems. In the worst way, and I would say, when the left part of the slide, when blockchain-based control and surveillance infrastructure. In this scenario, gamification could lead to a real global, maybe social credit system, with maybe the introduction of extended reality, for example. We could assist to more game-like experiences even in the public space that can trace the way you are behaving. And I think about of Italy, for example, which have, I don't know, the population of Italy is really strange in these years. And when they made like the track and tracing, like in UK, for pandemic, there was a sort of rebellion also in the public space, but also in the on social network, of course, because they were like afraid for privacy, for privacy issues. But in the meantime, the government made the receipt lottery that you have to send your credit bank, your credit card details to the with the receipt in order to win some amount of money. So this was a really way, a really important way to, especially during an emergency like pandemic, to analyze how many people are buying this kind of products or another one, and it has been the most powerful tool for statistics, I said. But everyone didn't say anything negative, because there was a reward, a potential reward. So the blockchain, the gamification experiences will ease and will make the control, the surveillance processes really playful, I would say. On the other hand, of course, gamification could be also a really impacting tools for education, and in a really also positive way for specific maybe group of people of certain age and so on, and that could increase, of course, the participation in the Web3 environment, with, for example, within DAOs, without directly, I don't know how to explain, without directly participating in it. So gamification experiences in a positive way will be the way to let mass adoption of these technologies, even if people don't know about the back end of the blockchains, or that they don't know, they don't technically know. I hope I answered. I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matteo, for your time.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for these opportunities, guys. Have a great day. Have a great last day.
Thank you. Same to you. We'll actually have another critical talk right now.
Oh, wow.
So our next talk, we're being joined by two researchers from Australia, Dr. Alexia Maddox and Dr. Naomi Smith. Dr. Alexia Maddox is a research fellow at the Blockchain Innovation Hub at RMIT, and her research looks at digital frontiers and how communities build and use emerging technologies to experiment in alternative futures. And Dr. Naomi Smith is a digital sociologist at Federation University Australia, whose work focuses primarily on the intersection of bodies and the internet, how online communities influence the ways we understand our bodies and how we manage them. And their topic of discussion will be scams and brands. Where is the utopian ideal in art NFTs? So thank you very much for joining us so late at night.
For having us. I will just hopefully make the magic happen with our slide deck. So if someone could just let me know if that's showing. Yep, awesome. Thank you. So it's really great to be here with you all. And even from Australia, we've had the wonderful opportunity to hear a lot of the presentations, and we're ready to engage. And so I just wanted to I guess give a little bit of an overview about how we're going to do this presentation and what you can expect from us. So just to get us started, I just wanted to share a little bit about our approach. So we're both specialized in digital cultures and also social dynamics. So we're both sociologists. And the way that we'll be I guess doing this presentation is to use the insider-outsider dynamic. So I work quite intensively in the social sciences of, Web3 and blockchain technology. And this is my area of research in digital frontiers. And Naomi has really come into this from much more of an outside cultural perspective. And so the dialogue that you'll kind of see between the two of us is me looking at it from the inside and Naomi looking at it from perhaps a broader cultural context. And I think that that particular aspect is going to be the one that gives the most contributions to discussion in this conference. And so just finally, what we're doing and how we'll progress this is that it's a provocation, and it's wrapped in a socio-technical jacket. So we'll be talking about technology and social dynamics and social cultural dynamics, but essentially we are here to provoke. And I guess hopefully you'll find something interesting in what we have to say.
Thanks for handing off, Alexia. So I will start with the provocation that from my outsider perspective, I can see NFTs as perhaps suffocating art. And what I mean by that is that the NFT project actually started with a lot of potential, but where we sit now is that art NFTs are quite a small subset of the overall NFT market. But they were originally, as you know, heralded as providing new income streams for artists, including particularly in Australia, First Nations artists. So First Nations artists have particular problems with their work being ripped off, with being reproduced without their consent, and inauthentic copies of their work being produced and sold on. So you can see how a structure like NFTs could provide great benefit to that particular subset of art practice. So one of the lures of the NFT project is that it's a way to guarantee authorship and originality through the blockchain. And this helps us potentially deal with some of the problems in art markets. So we know that authorship and originalities are some of the strongest drivers of value in art. And so ownership and originality or authenticity are also matters of core concern when it comes to art crime. So when we look at art crime, it's fakes and frauds in the art market that are generating most of the crime. And so most crimes are based on a misrepresentation of one or both of these issues. So the NFT on the blockchain provides a really handy solution to some of these problems, or it was meant to. So we started with this big bucket of potential, and then as I go through the presentation, I'm going to outline a range of forces that have forced out, taken out, or leaked out this potential, and how this has been reinforced by existing digital structures like the rise of platforms. So Lottie argues that the normative power of the blockchain alone is not enough to emancipate art from contemporary financial logic. She further goes on to say that tokenization is often seen as a means to, in most cases, reinscribe and proliferate current financial logics in the digital realm by providing a more granular means to the monetization of digital objects and interactions while leveraging the speculative nature of markets. So I'm going to move on now to talk about the cultural validity of NFTs. So I'm going to sort of run you through some of the issues I see where NFTs might be lacking what I would identify as a social license to operate. So NFTs need cultural legitimacy to operate effectively. And I want to be clear here that cultural visibility is not the same as legitimacy. And as you can see here, there are two very differentiating views on whether NFTs are still a thing. So we have one tweet from last week saying, NFT still going on? There's not an ape in sight. I haven't seen an ape in ages. And as you can see, a lot of people liked that tweet and agreed with that sentiment. And then we have the polar opposite here, where we see NFTs from the Bored Ape Yacht Club being remade into fashion items. But broadly, what I see when I engage as a digital sociologist on Twitter is a lot of trolling of the ownership and acquisition and loss of NFTs. So when someone buys a rare NFT and brags about it on Twitter, usually the responses include at least a dozen people copying and pasting the JPEG into their tweet and saying, "Isn't that so funny? I have a copy too." When someone loses their NFT and has it stolen from them, the response is equally full of derision. So what this tells me is that NFTs don't have broad-based cultural legitimacy as a form of digital ownership. So as social scientists, what I think we really need to do is understand the social and cultural lives of NFTs as material objects beyond their insider bubble. So when the founder of OpenSea was trying to explain this, digital gold rush towards NFTs, he said, if you spend 10 hours a day on the computer or 8 hours a day in the digital realm, then art in the digital world makes tons of sense because it is the world. And I think we need to step back and say, actually, most people are not in that world. They're not spending 10 hours a day on the computer or 8 hours a day in crypto NFT spaces. So what we've seen with NFTs is that they've used money and celebrity to sort of bludgeon their way into popular culture while actually draining the emancipatory art potential of NFTs. A lot of transactions, in fact, no longer take place on the blockchain. So coming back to this social license, we need broad community trust and confidence to be successful. So NFTs and other associated technologies need this ongoing and broad acceptance of the community. And it's really difficult to argue that this social license is present at the moment. And I think it becomes less likely as we look ahead into the near future and understand that there is an energy crisis coming and that these are still very energy intensive technologies. Which brings me to the kind of the next plank of things that I have seen sort of perhaps strangling or suffocating the potential of NFTs, which is platformatization. So what we see is that NFTs have been increasingly pushed into and onto centralized platforms of trade. So a lot of NFT purchases are now funneled through centralized NFT marketplaces and platforms like OpenSea. And these platforms have their own logics of visibility and scale and their own kind of financial stake in what's going on, which affects what is actually seen and traded through these platforms. If you're NFT curious and you go to OpenSea, it's going to display a very select group of things to you that are driven by its own platform logics, which really don't have anything to do with art, generally speaking. We've also seen a centralisation of NFTs through brands. So the Australian Football League in Australia has its own NFT thing. The NBA has a Top Shot NFT marketplace. The Premier League also had similar plans, but they've been put on hold due to the NFT crash. Starbucks has just launched an NFT component to their customer loyalty plan. No one is sure how it's going to work. Generally, the consensus is that it'll go the same way of them selling CDs in stores. But we can see that there is this centralization and this push of NFT activity towards brands and platforms as opposed to art and artists. Which really brings me to my next point about celebrities and the attention bandwidth, and how big brands and celebrities as well have kind of sucked up a lot of the discourse and conversation around NFTs and their potential. So influencers, celebrities, and sports stars have really taken NFTs into the mainstream. So what we're seeing is they're either promoting NFTs or creating their own branded product for fans to consume. They're typically promoted on Instagram or Twitter, and sometimes they include giveaways to fans and followers to drive influence. So I've got a long list of, a strange grab bag of people here that have gotten into the NFT space. So a lot of this attention is taken up by these celebrities of varying degrees of popularity and influence. So these are part of the shift away from art experiments to fan tokens. Now, these are not necessarily mutually exclusive, but often they are. So celebrities are eating up a large portion of the media coverage and attention economy that surrounds NFTs. And there's little room to consider transformative art futures. So NFTs have in some ways become akin to a toy in the bottom of a box of cereal. They've been subsumed into brand identities and sort of a general collector fan culture that exists outside of the art world. So these things can and do overlap with art, but it does make it harder for artists to find an audience in an otherwise crowded, loud, and visually overwhelming landscape. So to go back to the NBA example, what we're actually seeing here is a decay of the very idea of an NFT itself. If you buy an NFT from the NBA platform, they have a really long list of conditions, including that the NBA, not the buyer, owns copyright. So aside from selling it back to another person through the NBA website, the buyer cannot modify or commercialize it without the NBA's prior written consent. So it leaves us asking, what are people actually buying? They're almost buying nothing. And this doesn't reflect typical understandings of ownership, which further eats into this social license to operate that NFTs need. Finally, I want to talk about scale and mass market adoption as a way of sort of bringing these different points together. So the platformatization and the celebrity and popular branding of NFTs have provided the basis for scale and mass market adoption. They've created these cycles of demand and hype, whereas art NFTs are about authenticity, ownership, and originality. What I would call mass market NFTs sort of, again, this is spiritual equivalent to a throwaway toy that you would find in cereal, although I'm not sure they do that anymore. So we've seen the sort of the utopian dream of the NFT get swept up into broader Web3 and crypto discourses, which are often presented in a very scammy way as get-rich-quick schemes. So the massification of NFTs doesn't seem to have resulted in better outcomes for a broad range of artists because they have become financial products. So I think Lottie sums it up best when they say, in spite of the novelty of the underlying technology, the operational logic of these projects reflects the dynamics of contemporary markets. Thus, in spite of their noble intentions, these projects do not in fact break with the current financial paradigm. On the contrary, they propose a model of value creation and distribution that mirrors the logic of derivatives. So they have been subsumed into the late capitalist project of markets, commodities, tradings, and have essentially become another form of futures trading. Alexia.
Thank you very much, Naomi. So I will take us forward into perhaps a little bit more of the belly of the beast from the crypto side of things, and just talk about initially some of the reputational issues that are often associated with Web3 and crypto projects at a broader scale, and do get associated with NFTs by association. So generally what we would say, one of the first principles that throttles the uptake of NFTs, for example, is the cycle of the market. So if we're in a bear market or a crypto winter, or essentially a crash, then investors are much less likely to wish to take the risk. Their risk tolerance is much smaller in these market spaces. So art NFTs will also suffer by association if there is a downturn in the crypto market generally. Obviously, also coming with these technologies is the stigma that comes around sort of the sense of the underbelly, or the fact that cryptocurrencies, for example, gained a lot of initial traction through the crypto markets, the online drug markets, and there's this association with you know, black market or money laundering essentially through cryptocurrencies. That does go with this sort of reputational sense of stigma in the space, and those sorts of things will also hamper the uptake of other technologies, for example, art NFTs, that may have more of a sort of positive or perhaps legal application to them. So these two sort of dynamics between the sort of the underbelly and it's the potential abuses or uses of these technologies for criminal purposes, as well as the sense of the market swings, really sort of shapes the reputational trajectory of NFTs. Obviously, also in the crypto space, there is a lot of vaporware. And what that really means is that it's a project that doesn't yet have legs, but it's probably got a website, and it doesn't really have like a roadmap, and it's just got all of these good ideas to it. So there's quite a lot of projects in the crypto space that are vaporware, and that obviously if it's top heavy in that, then there's a lot of sort of questioning as to whether technologies in this space do have real world uses and impacts, and case examples of them working and doing what we would hope they would do. So that is one of the senses, because this is such an experimental space. It's also associated with all of these other reputational factors, including the production of more conceptual work like an academic. So the other side is, as Naomi has mentioned, is theft, and also we've got the scam environment. So I've just put a couple of images around on this slide of the different sorts of perhaps scams or reputational discussions that have gone around in the space. For example, as we can see in the diagram in the bottom left, it's just the graph goes down. And so that's the weekly average and median price of NFT sales up till July 2022. And so obviously we've had a massive crash in the market value of NFTs broadly. And I'd say a lot of those are really linked to either the high-end art that's sold as digital art, or else the profile pics, the high-end profile pics for collectors. And we can also see, you know, Seth Green had some Bored Ape profile pics, and had those got stolen, and that had major implications for the production of a show. So there's sort of really interesting things where people choose to take on big ambitious projects around these technologies, but still suffer the basic security issues that do come with standard, you know, digital content and hacking and scamming behaviors in these sorts of environments, which are everywhere and not just specific to this space, but they're starting to get a higher level of profile in the media and with celebrities, as Naomi has demonstrated. So we also have artists and who are playing with the concept of what it looks like to do a rug pull. And so we have one artist that did essentially replace his art with a rug, a visual of a rug, just to kind of show that it was possible to for the artist to actually switch the digital object linked to the NFT artifact. So, you know, there's these sorts of back-end discussions about how this technology works, and the core issue that it is possible that the digital artwork is not fused to the NFT itself. So that just leads me to perhaps just a larger discussion around the feeling of scamminess in the space. So there's a fantastic scholar, Lana Schwartz, who did some work on defining network scams based on the early initial coin offerings, the ICOs that came around in 2017. And they were often associated with exit scams, where people would come in and buy the token, give over Ether, and then essentially the people who set up the the ICO would then just take off with the money. So these sorts of scams do pervade the environment, but as I've mentioned, with the sort of the sense that this scams the capitalism out of place. So sometimes what gets called a scam in one space is actually a legitimate form of capitalism in another. So we've got this real sense that what is a scam and how it occurs is, and who defines it as a scam, is not linked to the fact that people can still, you know, be violated by scammy behaviours, exploited. So I just wanted to use this slide to point out that as Lana sort of puts in her definition of a network scam, there's this, it's preying on this uneven belief amongst participants that a future will come to pass. And as we all know, there's a lot of, you know, utopian and dystopian visions around these technologies. And I've just put two quotes there that really illustrate quite a common mentality where people hold their crypto because they think, you know, if they continue to hold it, it'll make money at some point. But on the other side of it, they'll go down with it. So I've just got two final slides, and I realized that I am at time. So I'm going to make this super quick. And just, you know, we've got the provocation again, are NFTs dead? Well, I think you can start to see, based really particularly on Naomi's point, that they suffer from this issue of social legitimacy and cultural legitimacy. And so we really need to think about, if you're going to be building artwork in NFTs and digital art, exactly how you would frame that in this broader context that we've sort of suggested, where the larger pool of pop culture is eating the potential and hopefulness of the space. But it's not just that, it's also the fact that we sit in a place where online in the digital environment, there are internet cultures that actually do shape how people do things. And so Naomi's given us a bit of an overview of what that looks like for the Web 2 and attention economy. But we also have the sort of the back end, you know, online piracy, the hacker ethics, information freedom, and the sharing cultures. And all of those influence how receptive people are for having, you know, something created as a financial object that has a form of ownership around it. And essentially NFTs could be thought of as a digital asset or a digital property. And definitely as we move into more immersive spaces like the metaverse as it's proposed by, you know, Meta and Web3 people, that there's this sense that NFTs are actually going to be tokens of ownership within these immersive spaces as they are in game environments. So we're sort of looking at this, you know, variable smorgasbord and variable cultural environment where there's definitely this sense of what it can do, but there's also some of the detracting perceptions and attitudes towards NFTs and by association NFT art that make it a little bit of a mixed bag as to whether there's a future in it. So just to summarize, I guess, and looking forward, as we can all see, new technologies run on hope, hustle, and hype, the 3 H's. And that's, of course, a very entrepreneurial startup spacey kind of feeling, but that is also related to the influence of cultures in the online environment that we're looking at, and also the tech culture. So the way that I look at these kinds of technologies and, for example, NFT arts, is that they are experimentations, and we will see iterations, and they are playing, and people are playing with alternative futures and alternative possibilities. Most of the projects will fail, some of them will succeed, and from that the future will arise. So I just wanted to finish off with a broader kind of social context that this is sitting in, and perhaps one of my final concerns in relation to this, which is that, you know, we are facing an increasingly unequal society. And so people who are continually pushed and polarized down to a lower socioeconomic capacity, they will be looking for ways out, ways of mobility and ways of hope. And often some of these technologies, particularly with their speculative get-rich hustle-like capacity, do prey on that and we will be seeing more of that. So bit of a downer to end on. I do think that there is fantastic creative potential in this, and I've definitely seen some great ideas. But the broader environment that we wanted to really highlight for you all is perhaps less receptive than you would hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naomi and Alexia, and thank you for joining us as well, all the way from Australia. Would anyone like to pose any questions for our speakers? We have one here.
Hi, thank you for a fantastically inspiring talk. And I see some similarities to what I presented a little bit earlier, down to actually to the title of my presentation. So I am very happy to seem to agree with you on a lot of the points. But I was just wondering, like, this is all very appealing, but what kind of research can you do on the base? Like, what kind of research material are you actually collecting to sort of analyze these points in actual data, if that's a meaningful question to you?
It definitely is. We're both methods heads. Do you want to kick off, Naomi?
Yeah, I would say that for me, I am a big Web3 lurker on Twitter. So I'm very interested in that push-pull in the broader kind of Web3 space around crypto, NFTs, and I guess the take-up, the practical take-up of blockchain more generally. And I think Twitter is a really interesting space to analyze because it shows that cultural tension, that dialogue between, you know, the diehard adopters who are like very excited about what's going on and the cynics who are very prepared to rain on their parade, and kind of the push-pull negotiation that happens in those spaces. I'm also really interested in tracking brands that engage in NFT projects, and collecting media articles about how those projects are discussed. And Starbucks is a really fantastic example, because they're actually notorious for sort of betting on technologies as they're dying. So as the CD was falling out of a widespread use, Starbucks was like, this is our chance. We're going to sell CDs in every single location. They saw no problem with this, and it was a huge failure, because no one was buying CDs anymore. So it's really interesting to see how brands' history of engagement with technologies is also seen as like a bellwether for what is happening in the future in this space. So I see a lot of media reports saying, well, if Starbucks has decided to get into NFTs and Web3, then they're definitely like on their way out the door. So I guess I'm looking at the broader kind of cultural conversation that happens across like traditional media outlets and online on social media.
So I would just add to that is that generally the techniques, particularly in these kinds of spaces where a lot of the narrative is actually quite disparate over platforms, and it sort of flows in and out of platforms rather than being platform specific. I mean, I know we've mentioned Discord, and you know, so for me the common methods that I use is ethnography or digital ethnography, and they are slightly different. But one of the great projects that's been done out of the Digital Ethnography Research Centre is governance, around DAO governance. And what they do is that they ask they use keywords to kind of copy discussions around governance into a central governance channel, but they also allow for users who are involved in those governance conversations to hashtag it, and that will then link it to the channel itself. So there's some really interesting kind of participatory processes that these sorts of social media platforms can actually facilitate, like Discord.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? We have one at the front here.
Thank you so much, both, and I think it was a great wake-up call for many people, and it's a perspective that needs to be, I guess, spoken about more within Web3 communities, because these is very much a bubble, as you say, and people are not so aware of what the general conversation is like from outside the Web3 sphere. I was wondering, for those who want to see NFTs and Web3 succeed, where do you think the solutions are going to come from, and do you think there would be primarily technological, as in having sort of on-chain art, which is harder to rug pull, or is it a communication issue? Is it about how the branding of Web3 works?
I'm going to jump in with what I've seen from a media perspective. So a lot of reporting around this space at the moment is like Web3 is destroying the planet. It's an energy intensive industry that is kind of commodity for commodity's sake. So there's a real reputational issue there when people's lived reality is going to start really pushing up against like the actual technical demands of these technologies. There's an energy crisis looming in Europe, and in Australia here, we are feeling the very real effects of climate change that is generated by energy intensive use. So there's kind of that infrastructure underpinning that is like a real, that really is much bigger, I think, than perhaps the Web3 community is prepared to acknowledge at times. And then there's a constant churn of media stories of people losing their life savings, losing their NFTs, and having other issues where they trust someone in the community who is really hyping it up and saying how great it is, and they actually don't have the capacity to lose that money. So I think if anything could help with the reputational issues from like the financial side of it and the risk side of it, is actually encouraging people not to go all in and to invest gradually and as sensibly as possible, and actually be very upfront and realistic about how volatile these spaces can be and how little recourse there is when something goes wrong. Because at the moment, from what I see, that is often swept under the rug or minimized or downplayed, and people really get blindsided by it.
So I would take the inside point of view as well on this one, which is what I've often seen is a lot of projects, like I've mentioned, that don't have solid business models, don't get to viability, and they also don't have a strongly engaged community over time. So I think those elements are really important for the advocacy of the whatever it is that you're doing, the project, is to really put time into getting that viably engaged community, understanding that you're operating in a niche space, and no matter how many times people say, oh, we've got like 80 million crypto users or 1 billion or whatever, that is just a drop in the pond in comparison to Web 2, in comparison to the online gaming environments. And yes, these are all kind of pushing and exploring in these places, but crypto is a really small market with a really small user base. So it is growing, and obviously that's really exciting when we're not in a bear market. So there's that sort of thing, and I think, I often think, do you really need a blockchain for that? And so, do you really need an NFT for that? So if the project is able to really harness what these technologies afford, and perhaps the creative work itself is really synergistic with what these technologies afford, then that's interesting. So, I think that would be my response.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think unless we have any further questions, we're going to break now for lunch. Thank you very much, Naomi and Alexia, for joining us. And we'll be rejoining here at 2 o'clock, and you can find lunches out here in the foyer. And we'll see you soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back everybody for our last sessions on impact. Joining me to kick off this session is Fattori McKenna. Fattori, welcome. Fattori holds a BA in art history from Oxford University and an MA from the New School. She's now back at Oxford pursuing her PhD at the Oxford Internet Institute, where she's looking at materialism of the blockchain and lived experience of decentralized technologies. Welcome.
Great, thank you very much. All right, hello everyone. Thank you for the introduction. My name's Fattori, and as mentioned, I'm a PhD student at the Oxford Internet Institute, where I'm working on a broader project on sort of the sociology of digital infrastructures and the lived experience of the blockchain. So today I'll be talking about reinstating the worker in NFT production, which I've heard a few calls for in today's talks as well. So hopefully this is timely. Now, to begin, I wanted to start with an illustration and a story, if you will. So on the 23rd of July, 1973, Mirla Lederman Ukeles dropped to her knees with a mop and bucket and scrubbed the steps of the Wadsworth Art Museum in Hartford, Connecticut. Now, Ukeles was drawing attention to the hidden labor that holds up the work of art and its constituent art market. Now, it perhaps isn't surprising that her motif of the domestic act, namely mopping, but her other performances included sweeping, washing, and taking out the trash, highlighted the labour of domestic workers. For instance, the often overlooked gallery staff who are maybe cleaning, maintaining, and manning galleries and fairs. But she was also signifying the extra work that artists are implored to do in order to participate in the art world and the art market. And this maintenance of art she was trying to show is borne by the artists themselves. Now, Ukeles' work is a very early expression of my primary argument, which I want to share with you today, and argue that also is relevant to our own field of NFTs, which is that NFTs rely on a ton of this overlooked and unpaid labor that is done by artists. This work generates value not only on behalf of the digital asset itself, so perhaps the amount of ETH that an artwork sells for, but also crucially for the viability and investability of Web3 as a promise and an ideology. Now, to do this, to properly look at this work of unpaid labor, first we need to sort of cast away the figure of the superstar artist. This is our Damien Hirst, our Tracy Emin's, our Jeff Koons, and instead look to, in fact, how the majority of artists live and work, which is looking at which looks more like the right-hand side of this slide. So, for instance, this is my local area in just a few examples from Hackney. So the DIY Arts Fair, some local life drawing classes, art therapy, and even graffiti. And essentially, this is what makes up, whilst not a large amount of sort of trading value, but in fact trading volume, this is much more of what we see, in fact, in this sort of hidden area of the art world. Now, depending on your sources, we know that this is similar in NFTs, which is that the average NFT sells for less than $200. Some sources say $900. But essentially, this is also mirroring the bottom-heavy distribution of the off-chain art world, where a glut of artists making sort of minimal sales, living on precarious contracts, and also making up the shortfalls with informal and part-time work are in fact propping up an art market that capitalizes on this value. So here we see artists, and NFT artists included, albeit producing a limited wage capital, but in fact prompting the circulation of high social and cultural capital. Now, I wanted to look into this. I saw that there was a lot being written this year on the consumption of NFTs and the communities around NFTs. And of course, these are all highly valuable topics, and it's a space that is changing so quickly that we need to kind of race to keep up with this and the massive amounts of data that support it. But something that seemed to be missing is actually from the perspective of the artists themselves. So not only why they were getting involved in NFTs, but also what they were doing that sort of that formed this value, and not just the value of the art object itself, but the value of the promise that surrounds it. So over the course of 2022, I interviewed a relatively small sample of 15 artists, but these artists worked in a range of mediums. It could be generative art, textile art, photography, from a range of geographies stretching as far afield as Cuba and even further afield as Russia, and also to varying degrees of success and recognition. They were all working outside the profile picture tradition, we might say, or field, and were typically heavily engaged with sort of promoting NFTs, or at least publicizing this on their social media. So it was in these interviews that I wanted to understand what work these artists were doing outside of the sphere of artistic production, i.e. beyond just making the NFT itself. And something we put together, myself and the artists, was a mapping of the different activities of labour and essentially a grouping of types of labour that they were performing. Now, during the interviews, this is something that we workshopped, and there's a reason why this was particularly important to the methodology and to the outcome as well. So many NFT artists that I spoke with did not immediately see the type of work that they were doing outside of creative production as labour. And this will be important later. It was only through the conversation around these topics and these activities that they actually started saying, well, you know what, actually I do spend a lot of time doing that, and I actually spend more time doing that than perhaps I would like to. And this has taken up a lot more of my time than when I was working perhaps in the more traditional art world. So we can see through this sort of initial mapping and grouping a lot of the typical art activities that go unpaid in the traditional art world. So this might be self-promotion, community development, you know, admin, like applying for funding grants and gallery copy. But crucially, we also see activities that are unique to the NFT artist and sometimes to anyone involved in Web3. This might be the technical labour of upskilling around cybersecurity. It might be the social labour of educating newcomers into the platforms and necessary software, or perhaps even the speculative labour of making complex arbitrage calculations about when to mint, invest, and withdraw cryptocurrencies. Now, without this labour, some activities which may even take up your own time, we know that NFTs would not be functional. Now, they might exist in the sense that they might exist on the blockchain in bits and bytes, but in fact, in terms of their actual functionality in becoming a transactional object, without this whole wealth of labour, they would cease to be functional at all. So this leads me to my second argument from looking at these labour activities, which is this labour directly contributes to the production of value in Web3. So in other words, this unpaid work borne by artists increases the investability and viability of Web3, which produces shareholder value that disproportionately is distributed among platforms and investors. So you'll have to forgive me, I did whip this up a couple of days ago, so it's not the best visualization, but essentially what I'm trying to capture here is the sort of centrality of the art object, which is predominantly what the artist will derive monetary value from if it sells. But essentially the value, the monetary value that is produced by all these extra artistic activities that sort of surround the art object will produce value for platforms and investors, whether or not the artwork sells. And of course, my little caveat that there are soft values for artists that don't involve money, community development, one of them, feeling like you're part of, building a new web. All of these still hold some value, but they do not translate to that monetary value. An argument might be that against this might be that value redistribution depends on the type of blockchain that you use. And yes, there are probably some strong rebuttals to my argument, but essentially what I'm trying to put forth here is that the business model, or perhaps economic structure of how artists currently use NFTs results in an unequal distribution of labour. Now, there might be a couple of counter arguments resounding in your head right now, and I want to sort of preempt these, which is first, isn't it all just the artist's choice? If they want to spend 12 hours a day on social media promoting their work or moderating Discord servers, is that not sort of up to them? And on the one hand, yes. But I wanted to highlight that this study showed that NFT artists need to spend significantly more time on unpaid labor, and often at the expense of their productive and creative capabilities and needs. So just looking at the quote from one artist on the top left corner. And we might argue that this comes from exactly what makes Web3 so attractive. In fact, the lack of institutional pathways to success. So NFTs being a relatively uncharted territory for artists, I found a lot of artists saying, well, you know, I need to spend a lot more time trying to game the algorithm. I don't know what works on social media. So there's kind of this strategy of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, in the hope that something gets picked up, or they will be able to make a sale or make that crucial connection to a gallery. Crucially, artists kind of felt that they were on their own with promotion. So on the one hand, they had this ability to remove themselves from sort of the cycles and the requirements of managing their own managing exhibitions on behalf of galleries, but also felt that they didn't have that. They were really lacking that support that might be done by sort of an in-house comms or PR assistant. And so what we see here is that despite Web3's commitment to correcting that reliance on the eyeball-hungry algorithms of Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, in fact, NFT artists still overwhelmingly need to rely on these platforms in order to promote themselves and their peers and NFTs more generally, to really start translating the benefits of NFTs to perhaps those very institutional organizations and also prospective buyers. So thinking to the second counter argument, which is, I think, something that's probably been discussed a few times over the course of the last 3 days, which is this really that different to the off-chain art world? Surely there's massive amounts of inequality, surely that there's a ton of unpaid work being done. And on the one hand, there's a ton of great texts that have been written about this and sort of the history of the cultural industries, and also how they've been shaped by emergent platforms and how that is really reframing cultural production in these new sort of mechanics of value. But I just want to bring us back to the original artist mapping that we worked on. And here, this is where we started to see, and when we were building this out, there were a lot more activities that were in the crypto specific space that were taking up artists' time, particularly during the onboarding phases when people were first getting involved in NFTs and cryptocurrencies and Web3. A lot to learn and a lot of things to sort of get wrong and have to self-correct and work out how to do things better, which was taking up a lot of their time. So I've discussed promotional activities, but I think while we're talking about sort of time spent, a word on cybersecurity would probably be of use. So it probably isn't a surprise that every artist I spoke to had their wallet hacked at some point. Now, this might be part and parcel of being engaged in Web3. One has to take responsibility for one's own cyber literacy, and that's just the trade-off that you have. So as one artist told me on the top left, it's a shame, but what you're paying for in this additional labor is the safety and security you get when using the technology. But as another artist told me, and this artist was a textile artist who was working with craft communities in Palestine, I didn't feel comfortable going into my community of women artists, giving a workshop on how to open up a crypto wallet, which ends up getting hacked. That'd be my responsibility. So what we're seeing here is essentially a dilemma. And we need to ask, how comfortable do we feel with exposing artists with fewer resources, perhaps than our own, fewer access to a greater system of an art market, to necessitating a sort of financial and technological risk just in order to participate with the NFT technology. So just to sort of wrap up this section, to become an artist anywhere, of course, is an inherently risky move. You're removing yourself from a traditional system of waged labor and support and worker protections. But for NFTs, this might be slightly different or something additional to the traditional art market, which is that NFTs add a risk a unique risk that they own through their relationship to Web3 and the blockchain. And artists are required to devote significant labor to offsetting this risk. And this labor is what I argue we cannot ignore. So I want to just briefly situate this argument in the context of digital labor and how it sort of relates perhaps to a few of the discussions in Web 2. So over the past decade, there have been significant theoretical and ethnographic investigations into unpaid labor online. And typically it's a Marxist economic analysis that has sort of become what we typically lean on as scholars of value production on the web, particularly when looking at sort of extractive mechanisms of value. But I want to highlight that there's also a parallel Marxist tradition, one that is often overlooked, yet highly indebted. We are highly indebted to this in digital labor theory. And actually, crucially for my talk, I believe this is actually better suited to looking at the unpaid work that's done in NFTs. So, which is, as you'll see here, the wages for housework movement of the 1970s. So this was a feminist movement that began in Italy, but also spread around the globe. So picture again the artist at the beginning, ukuleles on the steps of the museum, who drew light to her unpaid labor as an artist, as a worker, but also crucially as a mother. So the Marxist feminists showed that there was a crucial distinction between waged labor, so what people would see as the work of the factory, and also work. So work can encompass the labor of the home and also the social sphere. And the latter, unfortunately still today, is predominantly shouldered by women. Now, traditional Marxists back in the 70s didn't recognize women's unwaged labor as work. So it did not produce material goods, and so they believed that it was not productive to the cycle of capital. Now, I think this is an important thing to point out today because as NFT scholars, we know that often immaterial goods and immaterial labor can actually yield the highest value. But I want to show that it was, in fact, these early feminists, such as Silvia Federici, Leopoldina Fortunati, and Maria Mies, that showed us the value of immaterial labor first. So capital generation was not possible without this unpaid labor, feeding, washing, clothing, listening, and loving. And perhaps importantly as well, that even labors of love, things that we enjoy doing or think we enjoy doing, should also have a price attached to them as well. So perhaps the parallel with NFTs might seem strange, it might seem like I'm trying to shoe these things together, but if we think back to our diagram of labor types, is it not the case that many of these activities, community management, sort of moderating Discord servers, group promotion, in fact, that a lot of these are labors of love, and this is work that we might miss if we don't look closely enough, or we might even choose to completely overlook. I think if we put the gendered connotations aside for a moment of what the wages for housework movement were trying to say, we might be able to see that the unpaid work of NFT artists even constitutes a form of digital housekeeping. Who keeps the Discord servers safe, enjoyable, and on topic, free of spammers and bots, if not for the proverbial mop and bucket exercise of these artist moderators? They keep the conversation and, crucially, the money also flowing. And who tidies up the messy code in smart contracts or shares cybersecurity tips with newbies? I think the perceived automatic system of the blockchain, to use Martin Zellinger's term of algo mysticism, it's crucial to notice that there's a worker behind every action. There's a person behind every piece of, every transaction that's taking place on this device. And it's a worker that platforms and investors often do not want to see. So starting to sort of wrap up and conclude here, we need to recognize, in fact, that the precarity that the majority of NFTs artists face is similar to many of our sort of like precarious and unappreciated workers that we have in society. Artists are often employed as freelancers, perhaps on 0 hours contracts, and semi-employed that are more likely to slip through the social security net, particularly as we saw during the pandemic. Of course, it's no surprise that this precarity prompted the adoption of NFTs, some going so far to say that we actually see NFTs grow, rise and fall with the global lockdowns themselves. Now, in past years, artists have made calls for a universal basic income, this idea of stealing your employer's time, and even perhaps a creative tax in certain cities to resist the throes of gentrification. And in the NFT community, there have been similar efforts. Of course, a number of inventive DAOs, such as the Black Swan DAO, referenced yesterday, to remedy this insecurity and actually provide mutual aid and shared financials. And in my study, I found a number of artists reporting actually sharing physical goods during the pandemic. So baby formula and medicine, particularly in communities in the global south. So really showing how essential these connections were. And I think just as a sort of, as we reflect in our current time, as the UK is about to enter recession and perhaps face one of the harshest economic winters on record, this cruelly coincides with a bear market for artists, where these community calls for mutual support are essential to supplementing how little these artists are making. But I think here we also need to ask, is this informal network of unpaid community labour and connection really as good as we can offer for artists? Now, finally, I hope through this talk I've been able to recenter the artist as a producer and labourer within NFT markets, and perhaps called into question who exactly is profiting from this work. Now, as much as we might herald NFTs as providing a new means of living to artists, we need to call into question what acts of immaterial labour do we actually necessitate from artists? What conditions or trade-offs from NFT platforms do those platforms inadvertently set for artists who seek to use the technology? And what remuneration structures, and crucially not incentive-based or gamified remuneration structures, can we better imagine to make a more equitable market for artists? Now, I'm sure we all agree that the expansive political and even technological capabilities of Web3 ought to be primed for answering these questions. And I'm certainly more than happy to hear inventive solutions today, some that might already exist. But in order to do this, we need to start with reconsidering the artist herself. So thank you very much for your time. I open myself to questions, but also feel free to voice them creatively and privately to my email if you would prefer. That's fine too. Thank you.
Thank you for your, is this on? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for the talk, although it took a little bit of a strange academic turn there. But I have something that you might not be aware of is that in the traditional art market, there are systems of valuing art. There are, people who come up with a monetary value for a work based on X parameters. And there's multiple ways of doing this, but one way in emerging artist careers before they have resale history is to consider both the material labor of making work and the hourly labor, and that's actually calculated into the price of the art. So my question is for NFT artists that are engaging with the blockchain really in any way, it's hard because it's such a speculative market. These artists and the people who are helping these artists generally don't know about how the art market is valued. I mean, even small galleries in the traditional art market aren't using these systems of valuation, but they exist. So if the concept of how we think about pricing to sell in these NFT markets could be slightly more standardized or regulated or understood, there could be some kind of like bridge between like the Claire McAndrews writing around valuation and NFTs, would be able to calculate these labors into the listing price of these artworks on the primary and secondary market, and then still be able to price to sell where it's not rising those costs like so high that no one's going to purchase, which also happens in the traditional art market.
Mm-hmm. So thank you for your comment and for your question as well. I think it's definitely an interesting consideration is how useful would it be to start trying to sort of catalog and classify those, as you say, there is already some sort of system for integrating that into the price valuation. To my knowledge, and please correct me, this doesn't yet exist for NFTs unless they're going through a sort of perhaps centralized auction house or gallery.
Yeah, I don't think it exists at all for NFTs. And also we'd have to first decide like what these types of labor, what their translation to monetary value is.
Right, which I think is also is perhaps the more interesting part of the question as well, which is what does it mean to translate something like community management or education and onboarding, or even sort of the individual labor of cybersecurity or fixing your hacked wallet? What does that mean? And should that have a monetary value attached to it? Kind of questions the value of, or not value, loaded term, but questions sort of why we're classifying this as financial in the first place. Are these not soft values? Are these not social values that actually are worth more in other terms? And I think that's sort of what we're seeing with the advanced sort of tokenomics and sort of local token currencies like the Barcelona currency, tokens being used in DAOs, which are trying to reframe that purely monetary value. But there's certainly, you've absolutely identified a tension between, I don't think the answer is, necessarily paying for this work. That's something a debate that the Wages for Housework movement had themselves in the 70s. Do we really want this to be waged? But I think my call was certainly not a solution, but first we have to look at what's going on, and perhaps the first step, as you say, might be mapping and quantifying this and then deciding if we want to attach that to the value of the work itself. But thank you.
Hey, yeah, I really enjoyed that. Thank you. Did you, in the people that you were speaking to, did you come across people who were forming like support groups to share the labour? Because so much of the labour that you're describing here is something that once someone's learnt it, they can share it, and like then the labour actually starts to go down. And I wondered if everyone's just kind of so isolated and kind of like cutting their own groove, so to speak, that they're kind of everyone's duplicating all this stuff all the time.
Yeah, there was definitely a ton of duplication. And I think often the artists I spoke to, most of them had sort of got invited. A lot were on foundation, so they sort of had the invite link but had to completely upskill themselves. So they had some connection, and if they were lucky, they could maybe access a Discord server or like a Twitter chat or something. But there was definitely a divide between those isolated artists, as you say, and those who were sort of already part of a community. So for instance, the Berlin community was really strong, and that's where sort of the most sort of cutting edge work with DAOs was happening, and people were starting to get involved with that. But there were artists, for instance, I think an artist I spoke to in Argentina, and one artist who was Russian but actually was living as an asylum seeker in Spain, who were very isolated, and that sort of made them reach almost like a plateau of how much they could engage. And obviously it's sort of, I think if I ran follow-up interviews now, the question would be how many are still using the technology. Certainly now that I know that their sales have dropped, for instance, and how long will they stick around? Will they find other avenues? But yeah, it certainly brings the work down in terms of like hours spent. But I think there's also this kind of this maintenance, this self-maintenance, the sort of maintenance of the individual and the individual wallet or the individual software and hardware that does take up a lot of time and sort of is very individualized. And I think I'd love to hear of sort of solutions to that and how else it's been experimented with. So thank you.
Yeah, actually, a good topic to raise up, and I think, I mean, there are different areas in the kind of inside the area that you cover. Like, for example, this sort of, let's say, this moderation and community upkeep, like it's a hard problem, and it's certainly not new to crypto. Like we can see it in subreddits, we can see it in Facebook communities, we can see it in Twitch chats, etc. Like every one of these platforms that has a kind of community basis has then a continuous work of moderation. And that also makes this a hard problem because it doesn't go away. There are things that are more learning, an issue of learning, and this is of course true for other areas, but then these kind of things that keep on continuing and don't really diminish is a question that I think actually could use some thinking and innovation. In some other areas before NFTs that have such things, often people who do this moderation are taking part from the get-go of the economy of the project. Perhaps in the case of NFTs that might be uncertain, it could depend on the sale price, but nevertheless that often works as a combination, because then that work in itself is like the persons who take that work are more dedicated to do that work because they know they have a potential compensation, and then really that moderation is the skill that they're bringing. So that's a pattern that you've seen in more set community platforms that have an economy on it, and I think such patterns might be useful for NFTs.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I think perhaps, yeah, this sort of community management, community moderation is perhaps the richest body of literature on this. Certainly in-game moderators was a real sort of inspiration for the chapter on this. And I think, yeah, that's definitely something to look into more. What I think seems perhaps somewhat unique for the NFT artist that sort of somewhat differs from that literature is kind of becoming an economy of one, where, as one artist told me directly, I have to be my own sort of my own asset manager, my own PR woman, my own sort of community organizer, all wrapped into one. And I think it's still yet to be sort of disentangled who is profiting from that, and sort of what are the better structures to remedy the sort of asymmetry of value as well. But thank you.
That was brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Jennifer Kristen. Jennifer has a master's in media and communication, and her interest in NFTs actually started in 2021 when she joined an NFT gaming project as a community manager. And that flipped the direction of her research even, and now NFTs are part of her academic research, and she'll be presenting us a little bit about her master's thesis. So very curious to hear about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, so we know like security gaps, just hype or scam, like that's like the view we have, not we have, but the general society has of NFTs. But when I entered this space, that's not what I experienced. So, I mean, of course, I heard about this rug pulls. I heard about, like, I got the sketchy messages on Discord with links to, like, you know, the new Bored Ape Yacht Club. And yeah, and the amount of how often I was called sir, even though I have my own Discord handle, like my name as my own Discord handle. Yeah, that was a lot, but this didn't affect my like positive experience of the space actually, and also what I saw what the community is experiencing, and actually the community itself is a very supportive space, and where people can make friends, where they can make some money on the side and let their creative side out. So I would like to introduce you now to the NFT community from the perspective of the community and from myself as a researcher. And I hope that you can take out some like findings and suggestions home with you for your projects maybe, and utilize actually the research. Yeah. So first, a little bit about me. So yeah, I'm almost a year now in the space, and I first got into the space without even knowing what NFTs are. I was a community manager of an NFT gaming project on the Solana blockchain, and now I'm working as a social media manager for a project called Potent Potions on the Polygon blockchain, so which is an art project. So you can see that I've been working and like being in the space like with gaming and with the art community. And yeah, I've been doing my research for like a semester long. Like I said, it was my thesis, and I did change my topic to this because I haven't seen anything like this before. Back then, I thought it was something very new, like nobody was looking into it yet, which I was now proven wrong, of course. And yeah, that's something I wanted to like look into much more in detail, and that's why I'm describing the NFT community at large. So yeah, this, like I said, I wanted to look what actually characterizes the NFT community in comparison to others. What makes it special? Why are these people coming together and liking NFT so much, talking and like socializing? And I had a different research question that got me further into like the basis of like what is it, and I want this research to be kind of like a basis to like further research on the different communities you can find within the NFT communities. So let's start with the theoretical point of departure that I have looked into in the research. And yeah, I'm coming, like I said, like before, I'm coming from a background of media and communication, but also from European ethnology in my undergrad studies. And online community has been a big research topic, of course, for many scholars. And online communities are communicate online about, in the words of Castells and Castells, about shared interests, purpose, although sometimes the communication itself becomes the goal of this community. And the size of the community doesn't actually matter. There can be different social configurations found, and none of these communities are bound to time and space in comparison to offline communities. And it needs to be said that the online communities, even the NFT community, is not restricted to only the online space, but also is able to meet up and expand to the offline sphere, of course. And a lot of studies in the field of anthropology and sociology, especially in the middle of the 20th century, have focused their the community being as a so-called feel-good sense of human togetherness and supportiveness. And that's something that you will also see now then that's very important in the NFT community itself. Nevertheless, the basis of my theoretical research is actually Pierre Bourdieu's notion of capital. And capital, in Bourdieu's words, is so-called the accumulated labor, a force inscribed in objective and subjective structures, and the principle underlying the immanent regularities of the social world. And he describes three different capitals, which is the economic, the cultural, and the social one. And he puts them like opposing to each other rather than together. And this is something that very important to keep in mind that I will go in later. And the second concept I based on the research and the concept of Sarah Thornton, the subculture. And the subculture follows a specific structure that is distinguishing themselves from others by activities, values, having a specific space or territory, and therefore opposing each other, like each from the mainstream culture. And media is something that is a vital part for these processes of subcultural formation. And yeah, especially technology nowadays is a very important part because it's present in our everyday life and makes media also the main force that thrives a subcultural formation. And it has to be kept in mind, though, that the media back then, when Sarah Thornton was writing about it, is not the same as we experience today. So back then it might have been radio, TV, while I would say today it is social media that is the main media or social media platforms that thrives these forces and formation. And therefore I'm arguing or defining the NFT community as a subculture to the more mainstream crypto culture or community, which uses Twitter and Discord as their territories basically and their media. But thinking of how NFTs are represented as not just economic capital, but rather bring different values together at the same time. And that's why we can actually not, like, I could not use the term capital by Bourdieu, but rather decided to call it value because these different values come all together in the NFT community. And before getting into the actual findings for the researchers here, I'd like to shortly present the methodology behind it. So for this research, I've chosen qualitative ethnographic as well as a multi-method approach that allowed me to overcome the weaknesses of the different methods and gave a more in-depth view of the community I was studying. And ethnography is a recursive, iterative, and abductive reasoning process with no predefined set of steps or fieldwork methods, where I, as a researcher, was able to learn from the people and the actual insiders and try to understand the meanings of culture and knowledge created in there. And I conducted research over 2 platforms, which I preliminary saw that were mostly used by the NFT community, which was Discord and Twitter. And I used both platforms because I wanted to have a more holistic view of the research, of the result. And the main method that I used was digital ethnography, as we're in the digital space. And I used this as an umbrella method with different qualitative practices to gather the data. So you can see that I have used all these different methods to conceptualize and bring the comprehensive view of the NFT communities and of the communities and the sociality. So I used ethnographic interviews, participatory fieldwork and observation, qualitative text analysis, and auto-ethnography. In total, I did 12 interviews. One of it was a pilot interview, and also these were done by Discord to keep the interviews anonymous. And it also included a scrollback method part where the interviews became co-analysts, basically, talking about what they're seeing on the screens and the conversations they have done. As I've been in the space before the research, the participatory fieldwork and observation was really easy. And I was attending Twitter spaces, making own tweets, writing on Discords. These were like daily parts of my life anyway already before. And in addition to that, I wanted to have a qualitative text analysis of mainly Twitter, where I collected 150 tweets over a certain time span and categorized them, analyzed the themes, and yeah, analyzed the themes that can be found. And last but not least, I actually included auto-ethnography to reflect and understand the data better, as I was also in the space itself. So yeah, after this little introduction, what is the NFT community actually? So, well, first of all, it is a space that and the community that is generally still misunderstood because it's still fairly new, right? And people don't really, the general society don't really grasp it. However, in the name, like in the words of the community, it comes back to what we actually had already way before. It's a direct buy and sell where the buyer can connect with the artist, and most of the people entering the NFT community come mainly from actually the crypto space already and have invested before in it or heard about the NFTs from like partners or friends. What they all have together is that almost everyone comes in the space to make some money on the side, trying to either sell their own art or flip some NFTs that they've obtained. And collecting art, especially art, is social, and its special value is given by the people itself and the community that is collecting, supporting, enjoying each other. And the rarity, which we also heard in a lot of talks, is like an important aspect in the social context. It is also very important to understand that the crypto community is not the same as the NFT community. The NFT community at large shows that different values are needed, like they have different values and needs, and they utilize the platforms differently and to foster connections and as their community space. And these connections can only be made by engaging with each other. When people feel comfortable in a community, they open up, they start trusting people, they support the project in different ways, and they even call it their home. What I found really interesting, I know it's a long quote, but it's actually quite nice, is that one of the interviews described the general NFT community as like a city, basically, which we are in. There's the big community with the smaller micro communities. And basically, if we take, for example, the Polygon community, which is a big city or a big country, within you have the smaller like community projects, which are the micro communities, and people go from one community to another, basically making their way through the city and exploring different parts of it, or staying in some for a bit longer. And I think it's a good example to see how the space can be explained to others, but how connected these projects are. But because because the members of them are usually like going from one to another. Yeah, the different communities I have come across, which you can see as like cities, are basically like women in NFTs, for example, or there's a big like mental health like community that is focusing on that, or yeah, in general the gaming or the gaming community. But what also everybody mentioned is that the NFT space gives them an opportunity for like change in the future. And that's why they wanted to also get involved this early. Coming to the values of the NFT community. So as I mentioned also before, that I see 3 different values in here that I've recognized: the cultural, economical, and the social one. And first and foremost, NFTs are always associated with some sort of art by the members of the community. While the art is being produced usually digitally, the NFT itself is actually merely, in the words of Ian Bogo's, a receipt of owning it, and it's actually similar to, you know, the actual traditional art culture that which we all have recognized also before. And NFTs come down to being a collector's item, of course, and the fact that they can be owned is that it is what makes it valuable to most of the people. The act of collecting in the NFT world is also a social one, and this is due to the reason that these communities are built around the project, and the artists enhancing exactly that sense of community with the project. However, as you can see, it was, I think, the only quote that actually criticized a little bit of it as well, is that you can find also criticism of the art or like the community itself within the space. And despite that there's a sense of community for collectors, not everybody can be seen as a collector in the NFT world. The lines are blurred, let's say like that, between the collector or consumer, where I would say the consumer in NFT terms is the flipper of like flipping the art. And it also differs that the collector is actually getting involved in the project by being a member. A member might be a collector in the general sense of wanting to own different NFTs and engaging in the different communities, but can also, if they want, become a flipper in the sense of if they see an economic opportunity in a project, they resell the obtained NFT that they once bought before. And the difference is that the collector is investing in a community, investing in one or more several core communities. And also something to interesting to see in the cultural aspect is that projects shape the space itself. So like we have people that have come up with certain linguistic expressions that they use and that have arrived with the NFT space. So for example, that a project like XY project is a rug pull, which means basically the project is a scam, is one of those expressions. And I think the linguistic phenomena that arrived with the NFT space is actually really fascinating, but probably our own research topic in itself, which I couldn't go much into. So it can also be observed that these linguistic expressions not only have come up because of the project, but also because of the platforms. So for example, due to Twitter's limitation of characteristic of tweets, various abbreviations have come up. So for example, LFG, let's fucking go, or Walk Me, we're all gonna make it, and all these others, of course. However, even with the economic gain one can achieve with NFTs, it seems it always comes down to 2 aspects, which is the value and the community. And bringing value to the community and the general NFT space is one of the most important things to the members. A lot of projects and artists try to provide this to their community by providing utility and with their NFTs. And for example, this could be like a holder-only Discord channel, a free NFT drop, providing knowledge about the space, being there to talk, and similar. As value is usually something subjective or something a collective has to agree on, the NFT space has several things that fall into being valuable or bringing value to the community. And supporting each other, it also means that you support your friends by buying at least one of their NFTs, right? And the NFT itself, however, becomes some sort of, to extent secondary in that. And the buy of an NFT is made in regards to support a friend rather than obtaining the NFT. But also the NFT can become a ticket or a key to gain access to a specific community. And the benefits of being in it, this shows that high social and cultural value leads to growth in economic value, and the transaction, the economical aspect, then becomes, like in the words of an interview, a friendship kind of buy. And this brings all three compositions together: the economic, cultural, and social. Here are a few examples of that. And while they have buyers, it is the community that also thrives the sales, for example, the floor price and the promotion of the project, actually. While the big projects do thrive on hype, as we have heard multiple times these days, it is more important that you have organic and genuine members that bring back this value to the community. And support can be different, and it does not necessarily need to be connected to the NFTs. Over the role of over the time, I actually encountered that, also heard from the interviews, that support was given when somebody was grieving, for example, or actually trying to find out some knowledge, what we heard before. This was given for free, and to support each other in that sense. And this was either talked about in Twitter Spaces or in Discord. And yeah, this realization of helping and supporting each other also makes me wonder if the NFT community might also have taken over a role, kind of the role of a support group in some ways. But I believe all these sorts of feeling that actually come up and are shared are only because people became close with the members, of become close within this community. You see, they always refer to family, home, and all these things. And it's also interesting to see that the space itself is also less biased than actually people in real life. So as you can see in the quote, the person is grateful to connect with someone online, which they probably would have not even talked to on the street or meeting in person. But it also brings some needed change maybe for that, in real life, which might tie also in with the expectations that why they get involved in first, trying to break through with a project or with a project they've bought in to be financially stable, and trying to get out of actually working. So maybe they use the space as escaping the real life. Well, to some extent, reality, it is reality that various small communities show compassion and acceptance. One has to stay realistic about the space itself. It seems quite utopian that people think that the NFT space is something better than real life, actually. And to the third part, which are the platforms that have become a really, really important factor in this research, was that the research actually acknowledged that the influence of Discord and Twitter have on the engagement and the sociality of the community. So the platforms are not only mediating the engagement itself, but they also mediate the values of the community too. And researching the mediascape of the NFT communities brought to light that the two platforms can be seen actually as front stage and as the backstage of the community. So Twitter acts as the front stage due to its affordances, its broadcasting, and its coverability characteristics. The projects that use Twitter in the norm, they use it for marketing purposes, to promote their project, to show off its development, and the member of the community engage with the content by retweeting, interacting with the project they're deeming as valuable, right, for themselves, and are part of its community. Discord, on the other hand, represents the backstage of the community, where Discord serves for the separate micro communities, where each community usually has their own server. Discord's affordances and features motivate the member to communicate in much more engaging way than on Twitter. This leads also to not only having longer and more meaningful conversations that might be about more private topics, such as mental health, as mentioned before, one's actually just daily life. This also creates a blurring between the lines between private and public, because people become talk about private topics in actually a still public chat. But as we know, the algorithm of Twitter also secludes the NFT community from topics, exposing them mainly actually only to NFT content, and thereby creating this NFT bubble. And it didn't help that Twitter also introduced the feature of Twitter Spaces, and this actually brought them also much more together within Twitter, because it overcame the limit of conversation, enables them actually to have live audio conversations. So the NFT community benefits highly from the features that can be found for the Twitter Spaces, because they can talk and relate to maybe more to the NFTs after talking to each other, and they can be found through any time of the day. Really, I've been there. There's always a Twitter Space, and the members of the community use this feature so much and hop into spaces daily for hours and hours. But the main takeaways that you might want to keep in mind or might want to take home with you are that overall, the NFT community members are actively engaging in their main micro communities, and nevertheless, before we go there, the main takeaways, there actually I found two new engagement forms within the spectrum of positive engagement, which is the low minimum engagement, which you can find, for example, on Discord by just people reacting to the messages, but not really writing there, as well as the covert engagement, which is people might be in the community by only reading the messages, but not actually writing as well. So these are part of the positive engagement that can be that was defined by like Annette Hill and Peter Dahlgren in their research. So yeah, now entering the NFT space, what do you want to take home with you now? This is because of a high economic engagement. Most members experience this rite of passage, turning the sole economic interest and value to like also cultural and social to the experience to make within the community. And in the end, you can see that NFTs hold not only the economical, but also the social and cultural value. This is also almost all equally. And this is why the concept of capital, as I mentioned before, does not fully work, as these three aspects are highly intertwined with each other. To keep in mind is that the NFT community is not the art community. So the NFT community, as we know, needs much more connection with the artist itself. It has much different values and seeking this connection. So make sure that you analyze and know your community you're working with, because in the end, if you would like to have a successful NFT project, you need to be aware that the community actually holds the value of your project. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Jennifer?
Great, thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. I was just wondering, how did you, so sort of thinking back to your methodology, how did you define your community? So obviously a lot of this is sort of universalized concepts, but I'm interested to know what you felt you could apply to the community, to the NFT community more broadly as like a homogenous group, but then what you had to leave out that you were like, actually, that's just me and my guys on my Discord. So yeah.
Interesting question. How should I go about it? I think the most special thing about the NFT community, or why people are in the space, is that it's, like I said, those three values, which I couldn't see or find in the other in other communities like that much intertwined. So like you have the fan communities of a movie, for example. There you have maybe the social and cultural intertwined, but there's no economical aspect. Where you go to the crypto community, you have the economical one, maybe a little bit social if they interact on one of the social platforms, but not really a cultural one. So like that's what I think is defining the NFT community, making like all these three things together. So that's also what I think that, how do you say, puts them apart of other online communities. I hope that answered it.
Okay.
Thank you. I already expressed my hesitancy towards like these online communities, I think like 1 or 2 days ago. I was just wondering, you had a statement, people saying, okay, I feel like home in these communities. I just wonder how does it come? Because most of the people on Discord or on Twitter, they have like their avatars. You don't see faces, you don't know real names. There's this appeal of being anonymous, and like all these, or many of these communities form around projects, as you say, and like at some point these projects, they are sold. What happens then within their communities?
That's the thing, the project, just because what the project is sold doesn't mean that the community just like stops. They actually keep going, right? And usually the artists that I've seen in the space, they have like utilities, right? So, or like a second drop of coming after a while, and they have roadmaps, so people know what comes up to them, so they stay longer. And I forgot the first part of your question.
I'm basically just very critical with these kind of communities. I was, it's more asking about your opinion, but like.
Oh yeah, no. So in the sense of, I don't think a community just stops. Like they don't just disappear, right? And if yeah, with the home, why they feel home, and yeah, it's actually a part of. I didn't mention is that I think in the NFT space, the I cannot say that word. Sorry, is actually also a factor for building trust within the community, because you have the bias out of this. Mostly out of the space, because there's always little bias in it, but like mainly there's none. That actually brings them together, and the conversations they have, they would not start if they wouldn't have, if they would have met like here, for example, or and this like being able to like talk with each other daily, being able to have this qualitative like talks makes you like a person also more, also in real life. So they found this in the space there. So like it also is a crucial factor that the engagement within the community is qualitative. So like the huge projects where people, like tons of people write, people don't engage in usually, like at least what the interviews told me. They might read a little bit through it, but they don't engage with it. They're in it, maybe they bought an NFT, but that like one of these low minimum engagement people in that sense. So if it's qualitative and yeah, daily, I would say it's what people then also consider, yeah, they're home, because you check up on them, you make sure they're fine. And it's just like with your friends, if you would text with them on WhatsApp or Twitter, it's just Discord, not Twitter, Facebook Messenger, and then it's just on Discord or yeah, on Twitter.
Thank you so much. It is now my pleasure to invite up our youngest, however, definitely not least experienced speaker. Benyamin is a 13-year-old programmer from London. He began learning to code at the age of 5, and during the 2021 school summer holidays, he got pulled into the emerging NFT space and decided to learn to code his own collection. The project went viral, featuring in the international press. He was the world's youngest generative NFT art creator at the time, and Benyamin has worked on NFT collections that have traded more than $10 million, spoken at conferences in New York City, Lisbon, and London, and worked on crypto documentaries for the BBC and CNBC. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. So it's a pleasure to be gathered here today, and this is actually my second time speaking at the university, and that feeling of awe when you enter the place never leaves you. Thank you for hosting me. So to start, I want to pose a question to the audience. Can I have a show of hands? Who here is part of an online community? So everyone has put their hands up. So I think everyone should be listening to me today, as you're all affected by what I have to say. So let's have a look at the agenda. So I'll begin with a short introduction to my background. How did I come to be speaking here today, and why you should listen to me? We are all learning and experimenting, and I'm honoured and humbled to be on this journey with you. The focus of my talk will be on avatars and community building. An avatar is essentially a visual and digital representation of an identity. Identities are a core component for building robust applications and communities on the internet. I refer to them as the base layer for communities. In chapters 2 to 5, I will define an identity, how they are currently handled on the internet, and the innovations that blockchains and crypto are bringing to this field. And in chapters 5 to 6, I will build upon our understanding and outline why I believe decentralized identities and avatars lead to better user experiences, and how we can use these to build stronger online communities. And in chapters 7 to 9, I will look at community building across 3 different sectors: profile pictures, gaming, and social causes. And chapter 10 will contain my conclusions and summary. So, the introduction. Let's start with a look at my background. I started my tech journey at a young age. I was about 5 years old when I began learning to code. My dad would come home from work, pull out his laptop and start coding. And me and my brother would watch and shadow over him with deep curiosity. He would always code away on his computer, and initially it just began as a bit of fun, but over the next few years we started getting serious. My dad started us on a daily coding regime, eventually branching off into the world of cryptocurrencies and blockchains. And at the start of 2021, my brain was primed and ready to pounce on the ferocious NFT bull run that was around the corner. In July 2021, I launched my second NFT collection. I was the youngest person at the time to launch a generative art NFT collection, and this led to considerable media coverage. I've since worked on crypto documentaries for the BBC and CNBC, and have obsessively followed the highs and lows of the NFT market ever since. 100% of my personal net worth is invested in crypto and NFTs, and I still don't have a bank account. I speak as someone that is actively involved in the market as a developer and investor, and above all, as a student. I believe NFTs are revolutionizing the digital world and impacting community building. And I may interchangeably use the terms identity and avatar, however, essentially, they are both referring to the same concept. Unless we can build solid online communities, any communities and products that we build around those identities will be brittle. So what is an identity? In the physical world, an identity is a legal mechanism to distinguish individuals from each other. Forms of identity include a driver's license, passport, or any other means of verification. In the digital world, an identity allows an external entity to access a set of internal computing resources, a login for your email, social account, or any other application. However, identity have many more facets, far more interesting than the 2 I just outlined. If we travel back in history to the 5th century BC, Greek philosophers such as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle first grappled with the concept of identity. Who am I? What makes me similar or different to other people? Which tribes do I belong to? Socrates famously proclaimed, "Know thyself." The exact meaning of this has been debated, but I like to think of this as a call to dissect your character and know your strengths and your weaknesses. Plato, a student of Socrates, declared that a true self, a holistic identity, is core to our character and expresses itself differently within each individual. Aristotle described individuals as possessing a kaleidoscope of identities, each manifesting at different periods in time. And this search for self-identity and belonging will continue throughout the digital age. Web 2 identities. Identities are at the core of the Web 2 experience. However, they only cover the second facet I outlined earlier, a digital identity to access a set of compute resources. Although Web 2 giants like Facebook and Google accelerated digital identity innovation by popularizing federated identity models and single sign-on, for example, the ability to switch between Gmail and YouTube, they suffer from 3 problems. The first is that you don't actually own your identity. The second is that the centralized service providers determine the operation of your identity. And the third is that your social relationships become proprietary data owned by private companies. Many social media platforms, including Facebook, have adopted a real name policy. This forces individuals to tie in all their social activity to their legal identity. Identities become hardwired into the platform. Your data is non-transferable, and your profile is subject to the risk of deplatforming for any beliefs or policy violations, and that they may not adhere with centralized authorities and their rules. Web 2 platforms are empowered to endlessly monetize our data, with the value accruing exclusively to those platforms. As a generation growing up fully aware of the many nefarious ways that Web 2 platforms have used our data, the youth will be far more cautious and more open to exploring more novel and decentralized approaches, whereas those from the previous generation unwittingly handed over all their data to their digital overlords. Cryptographic innovations and the growth of blockchains are providing us with the building blocks for decentralized identities. Web 3 identities. So Web 3 identities are uniquely positioned to combine 3 types of identities outlined earlier in a decentralized and permissionless manner. A legal identity that acts as a means of verification. A digital identity that allows us to access a set of compute resources. And a metaphysical identity that recognizes what is unique about us at a personal and communal level. The holistic understanding of identity allows us to unlock the power of Web3 identities, build communities, and in the process, we are able to more easily understand the growth of NFTs. The fundamental difference between Web3 and Web2 identities is that the ownership of your identity is no longer provided by a rent-seeking middleman. You can move your identity seamlessly without permission across different platforms. In the corresponding slide, you can see my Cool Cats avatar in the sandbox game. As the owner of this NFT, I own this identity and I can choose to use it in whichever platform I wish, and I can do it without being dependent on any central authority. So, there's different types of identities, and Web3 identities are currently offered in these identities. The first is proof of personhood, the second is soulbound tokens, and the third is verifiable credentials. Proof of personhood, known as POP, protocols aim to fulfill one function, providing the uniqueness of your identity. Examples include proof of humanity, Bright ID or IDNA. They employ a mixture of traditional identity verification methods like photo and video submissions and capture tests to associate a physical identity with a digital identity. Soulbound tokens are another identity format growing in popularity. SBTs were popularized by Vitalik Buterin in a white paper earlier this year entitled Decentralized Society, Finding Web3 Soul. The paper outlines a vision for a fully decentralized society. SBTs are non-transferable NFTs that can be used for a whole host of applications across art, education, banking, and governance, amongst other industries. The term soulbound was borrowed from World of Warcraft, which describes a property or item that cannot be traded or transferred. A real-world example of this could be an education certificate issued as an NFT to a specific person. SBTs function like achievement badges in video games. However, instead of receiving a badge for completing an in-game task, you get rewarded an SBT for completing a degree, contributing to a charitable cause, winning a sporting event, being early to discovering an emerging music artist, and so on. The possibilities are endless. So they may sound dystopian, but SBTs can record every minute factual detail about your character and personality as an NFT. LinkedIn and Facebook might be able to display the university that you attended. However, SBTs offer a much more credible view. The long-term vision behind SBTs is that as Web3 continues to permeate mainstream society, a person's digital wallet will contain an abundance of SBTs, providing a comprehensive digital identity. One of the flaws with SBTs is that they are open for write access by default. Anybody can drop an NFT into your wallet, making false associations. SBT detractors prefer a different format for badges and claims, which are verified credentials. Similar to SBTs, verified credentials can be issued to represent any piece of information. However, unlike SBTs, they are not stored on public blockchains and are usually encrypted for privacy. The internet was designed without an identity framework. This gap was filled by centralized Web2 giants that had to rely on monetization of our data as their business model. But blockchains are offering us the opportunity to redefine how identity works on the web. This will have profound implications on the type of applications we can now build. So we've talked about Web3 identities, but I will talk about why I believe Web3 identities lead to stronger communities. One of the most fascinating secondary effects of the rise of Bitcoin is a widespread adoption of public-private key encryption. It was first created in the 1970s. Public-private key encryption was initially classified as a military weapon. For the first time in history, parties, including nefarious actors, can send encrypted communications without the need to share a solution for decrypting messages between parties. This was a fundamental flaw with the legacy encryption methods that had been successfully compromised since Roman times. The power to allow people to encrypt a message using your public key, which can then only be decrypted with your private key, is indeed as powerful as any military innovation in the 20th century. Satoshi used public-private key encryption as the building blocks to the Bitcoin ledger. For example, Alice could now send Bob a Bitcoin using her public key, and only Bob, as the owner of the corresponding private key, can then send the Bitcoin to another party. Since Satoshi's breakthrough, public-private key encryption has been used to build a whole host of applications in DeFi and NFTs, and most importantly, forms the basis of hardware and software wallets. Wallets now act as secure repositories that do not require a username and password, do not require any government-issued certification, do not require any KYC, and have zero restrictions around age, class, politics, or which geographic region you inhabit. A wallet cannot be censored by any organization or regime. Based purely on maths, this new form of identity will continue to unlock a plethora of new applications and build out stronger online communities. So, humans love tribes. Let's have a look at some communities. The human experience is a tribalistic one. Evolutionary survival forced us to collaborate as groups. Groups that consisted of loyal members outperformed those split by difference. Religion, politics, and nationalism can be described historically as some of the most potent tribes on Earth, but now have dwindling interest from the younger generation. However, tribalistic behavior continues to exist within us, no matter how much we deny. NFTs transport tribal affiliations to the digital realm. We have reached a point in our history where identity, culture, and community can be boxed securely in digitally owned packets and sent as bytes down a telecommunication network. As holders of NFTs, we can connect our NFTs with a growing number of decentralized platforms, join gated communities on Discord channels, participate in DAOs, and trade freely on marketplaces. All these platforms allow us to display our tribal affiliations, whether it's expensive profile pictures, membership of exclusive clubs, or displaying support openly and proudly for specific charities and causes. So, let's have a look at some case studies. First, we'll have a look at profile pictures. Profile pictures has been the most successful use case for Web3 identities, and avatars have been a core component of them. These collections consist of several thousands of avatars algorithmically generated from a series of traits and capped at a fixed supply, creating scarcity. Provenance is stored on the blockchain and they can be freely traded on secondary markets. Popular collections like the Bored Ape Yacht Club have a market cap in the billions and a floor price of around $100,000. That's the cheapest NFT that you can purchase in the collection in order to enter the community. And NFT profile pictures allow you to express yourself online and represent your signal status. They can replace the selfie and be used as Twitter profile pictures, or just sit in your crypto wallet. I believe profile picture projects have been successful in two areas. The first is an early way to build a community around a specific art style or genre. For example, the Izuki project successfully targeted the Asian American community as their early adopters. And the second is raise capital to build out further utility into the project. Users buy into these projects in a similar fashion to purchasing equity in early stage companies. Although, as an asset class, they remain extremely illiquid and volatile. The demographics are usually young, international, and crypto native. Quoted in an article by the marketplace Artsy, Spanish NFT artist Edgar Plans sees NFTs as a natural part of a cultural continuum for younger buyers. He goes on to state that traditional collectors have a preference for books and museum openings. These people, who maybe work in design, technology, or finance, are more likely to spend time on Fortnite or Call of Duty. In the future, having a valuable PFP will give them status in those worlds. Gated communities in Discord are building out further utility into these profile picture projects through fashion, gaming, and comics. The growth of NFT profile pictures has itself been compared to the comic book craze. Comic books initially began as a nerdy phenomenon that went on to conquer popular culture through Marvel and DC. Like comics, they allow storytelling and culture to develop from a more diverse community rather than the traditional top-down approach, with its high barriers to entry. For example, on a project that I worked on, someone suggested that we should have a character with vitiligo skin, and the designers incorporated this. These stories are not just coming from the mind of one person or a small writer's room. It is crowdsourced and real-time, with active collaboration and cross-pollination between different online communities. Web3 communities are now impacting the media and entertainment industry. Community-driven and decentralized creation of new franchises should be a wake-up call to big Hollywood studios that a new wave of creativity is coming, and it will be a disruption to their traditional approach. So, the next case study is Loot. On August the 27th last year, serial entrepreneur Dom Hoffman sent out a tweet announcing the launch of Loot. No fancy artwork, no minting website, unaudited contract, no creator royalties, just 8,000 NFTs free to mint. Hoffman declared that those decisions were intended as a way to reinforce the bottom-up and communal spirit of the project. The most basic and simple NFT ever launched consisted purely of white text on a black background containing a list of randomized adventure gear. The entire collection quickly minted out within the space of a few hours. Hype and FOMO kicked in, and the free-to-mint NFT quickly rose to prices of over $80,000 on secondary markets. Time had passed, prices had collapsed, and the volume then slowed and interest dwindled, typical of many hype projects at the time. However, Loot left something amongst the ashes. A community of passionate creators that were intrigued with the bare-bones experimental nature of the project and the endless opportunities for community to group around the project and build whatever utility they wanted. The Loot project had no gatekeepers and no studio heads dictating the story. The community fantasized about creating Dungeons and Dragons type characters, mythical universes, and magical stories from the minimalist seeds that the initial NFT planted. Creators stepped forward and started sharing memes, artwork, lore, and music. A project-specific currency was launched for the ecosystem that allowed loot holders to claim 10,000 fungible tokens, priced at over $70,000 at the peak. To add further intrigue, a hidden classification and rating system was discovered within the code of the smart contract, and that could be used to enhance the law even further. The collection has now traded around $280 million on the secondary market, with the highest sale at over $1.4 million for a single NFT, and it has spawned multiple derivatives. Today, the loot market functions at much lower prices. A multitude of different projects have now been built around the initial loot NFT. Different communities are actively working with developers to create top quality games and also to spawn new stories. One community is compiling a book of loot-inspired stories, which it is releasing as a physical copy and book as an NFT. Loot is an example of a perfectly pure, permissionless project in line with the crypto ethos. Feel free to use Loot in any way you want, the project website stated, and the community indeed did. So if you look at the screen, you can see that the initial NFT is here on the left, and it was just almost like a text file containing different adventure gear, and the community spawned around it, and we've seen they've created a game where you can interact with the different items that were mentioned in the original NFT. So now for the last case study, which is Constitution DAO. The NFT market has largely centered around speculation with three major fault lines. The first is traders flipped NFTs for profit with little attachment to the actual project. The second is influencers pumped price, which caused retail buyers to pile into the market and stomach the losses. And the third is that NFT founders got rich from successful mints with little motivation to use any funds that they raised and build out the project further. Amidst this chaos and mania, certain projects stood out, providing a glimpse into the power of Web3 activism. In 1787, drafting the US Constitution was a laborious and time-consuming task, requiring the work of 55 delegates in 11 states. The gathering lasted nearly 4 months. A frail Benjamin Franklin was transported to meetings in a sedan chair carried by 4 convicts from the local Walnut Street jail. In 2021, within 48 hours, an internet activist group known as the Constitution DAO raised $5 million in an attempt to purchase the original copy of the Constitution, which is available for sale on auction at Sotheby's. The goal was to put the document on public display rather than have it locked away in the vault of some collector or tycoon. A DAO has been described to be a Facebook group, but on steroids with a shared treasury. The DAO uses the blockchain to record membership details of the group members, who can then vote on decisions in governing the project and managing the treasury. Collaboration is online through Discord channels, with many members choosing to remain pseudonymous. Group membership requires purchasing tokens using cryptocurrency. The number of tokens that you own determines your voting power. DAOs allow communities of young internet and crypto-savvy people to raise millions of dollars in a matter of hours. There are no central parties involved, no banks, no registered companies, no political entities, no CEO, no marketing department. The process is community-driven, with the best ideas attracting the most attention. DAOs deliberately operate outside the traditional finance and political structure, making them susceptible to hacks and scams. This lack of regulatory oversight may seem loathsome to those living in comfort. However, it's an important feature by design for activism under authoritarian regimes. The original idea for Constitution DAO was conceived in a text message exchange between the founders and supercharged on Twitter, where it went completely viral. Further coordination happened in Discord channels. Over 11,000 people joined its community in a matter of days. Funds were raised and it managed and it was managed transparently using the blockchain, with a mechanism to refund investors if the bid did not succeed. The community managed to raise $47 million. However, unfortunately, its bid was unsuccessful. Ironically, they lost out to hedge fund billionaire Kenneth Griffin of Citadel. The Constitution DAO didn't fulfill its aim, but it laid down a high-profile battle plan, demonstrating the power of Web3 communities in social activism. So, let's wrap this up. I began by outlining why I believe decentralized, programmable, permissionless, and censorship-resistant identities are the base layer for building robust applications and communities. We then looked at 3 different case studies: profile pictures, gaming, and social causes, where community activism is scaling with astonishing results. Through their successes and failures, we can now see how these early projects are laying down the framework for a golden age of community building. Thank you for attending, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this session. Please do keep in contact, and you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram. My user handles are on the screen. On Twitter, I mainly focus on education around NFTs and Web3 as I continue to venture further down this rabbit hole. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions for Benyamin?
You say we're all tribal. I'm curious to know what tribe you identify with. Well, like how would you name your tribe?
So obviously through the internet, there's loads of tribes you can join. Even just joining an NFT project is joining a tribe. So I'm part of various NFT communities, and I'm also part of the developer and open source community. I believe a lot in open sources. I was able to get to where I am today through the help of people online in Discord channels and open source code that was available for anyone to use. So I'll definitely say I'm a big pioneer for open source and developers.
Well, thanks so much for that overview and for the case studies you provided. I think there's some really interesting examples there, I'll probably touch on more of those in my talk. But I was curious to ask, though, as the youngest person here, in terms of the adoption of new technologies, I think often things change greatly through generations. I think of my parents, who had to sort of grapple with how to use email. My dad still probably doesn't quite understand email, to be fair. I grew up using the internet and being fairly digitally native, but certainly I had to learn crypto later on. What do you see amongst your peers? I mean, how much do you think your generation is kind of growing up crypto native and fluent in some of these terms?
Yes, so I think my generation would definitely adopt crypto and NFTs quicker than other generations, because we're used to buying digital assets, for example, Robux and Roblox or V-Bucks in Fortnite, and buying all these different cosmetics in these different games. And that's exactly what NFTs are. You can buy these digital assets, and eventually in the future, you'll be able to plug them into different platforms that you wish to. I think currently it's just an educational barrier. Not many people my age understand NFTs, but once we do teach them more about this space, they'll be able to grasp their head around it more.
Thanks.
Great, well, thank you so much. And next we have our last speaker of the evening. Oh, thank you. We have our last speaker of the evening, one of our very own OxBAT organizers, Joshua. Joshua is an evolutionary anthropologist at the University of Oxford, having previously completed degrees in the psychology of music at the University of Uvascular, exactly, and the University of Western Australia. His interests mostly focus on human social bonding mechanisms, both in person and online. Aside from his research, he also works as a freelance statistician, juggler, and opera singer, and is an active member of numerous DAOs. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Lovely to be the last speaker. I hope you're all still awake. I had to re-download my presentation because I think I've sent through about 4 different versions of it. So I am definitely the worst presenter we've got here in terms of, timely providing of materials. But you don't have to know that. All right. So yeah, as Imogen said, I'm a doctoral student here at the University of Oxford, and it's kind of odd to be presenting here because usually I talk to either psychology or musicology crowds. It's definitely my first time speaking at a crypto conference, and usually my general interest is in well, the synchrony bonding effect, so the sort of social bonding effects of synchronized action, and in kind of how we make friends more broadly. And so I think this talk is really kind of bringing together a couple of my interests in hopefully interesting ways. But yeah, as an anthropologist, and particularly as an evolutionary anthropologist, as I am at the moment, that might change. But we love to talk about apes in general. I mostly study human primates. Some of my colleagues work with non-human primates, and today we'll also be talking about some yacht-owning primates. But I have to, given this is an NFT conference, I thought I'd better include some NFTs. So there you go. That's for you, Eva. I know how much you like them. We'll get back to those guys because they're important, I think. As it's actually quite nice to be following the previous 2 talks because there's a real block here of I guess talking about community building. And I think we'll see some parallels as we go. So humans are a very social animal. Even amongst primates, and most primates are very social animals, but humans are just like next level. We're very much so. We live in exceptionally large social groups and we cooperate to a great extent. And really our success as a species comes down to that level of cooperation. Individual humans don't tend to go very far alone in a savanna. And we certainly aren't able to, build auditoria like this, to build universities. We certainly don't kind of build blockchains and computers by ourselves as individuals. We do so as part of teams, of supply chains, of open source developers working online, sharing resources. That kind of cooperation is what allows us the sort of cultural evolution that we enjoy, that has allowed us to build societies that we have now. Individual humans didn't do that by themselves. But for any social animal, there are some issues that come with that. It's not all benefits working in teams. One of the downsides of working in teams, as anyone who's had to do a group assignment in undergrad would know, probably at school as well, is that sometimes you have freeloaders. And this is a huge issue for every social animal, is how to deal with the freeloader problem. There's always someone who's not carrying their weight. And how do you identify who your true friends are, who are going to contribute well and authentically and really give back to the group, and who is just kind of along for the ride to suck the life out of a project? There he is. But it's only through teams that you're able to kind of build large structures like this tandem bike. How do we establish who our friends are and who we can trust? Well, the way most primates do it is through social grooming. And this is the primary mechanism for social bonding that most primates have. Here's our friends here having a nice little massage chain. Aren't they having a great time? It's remarkable how much time chimpanzees will spend grooming each other. It's just like eating, sleeping, and grooming is like 90% of their day. And this is true for most primates. And this is great. But there's actually a lot of this talk is really based on kind of the work by 2 Oxford anthropologists, and this is mostly Robin Dunbar's stuff. And Robin Dunbar talks a lot about the time budgets that animals have available to them, and given the amount of time that chimps spend grooming each other, they're really like maxing out their friend building time. Grooming is quite an inefficient activity in that you can only groom one other person at a time, and there's a limit to the group size available then. And you can sort of push that limit so far. Like humans, comparatively, we spend a lot less time grooming each other. Oddly enough, it's interesting to note the world's longest massage chain is 1,600 people. That Guinness World Record is held by a group in the Philippines since 2014. It's very impressive, but it's not especially practical. Chimpanzees live in group sizes of so 30 to 50 individuals. That's about as far as they can get. If they lived in larger groups than that, they would have to spend more time grooming each other than they had time in the day. So they'd have to cut down on like sleeping or eating, and that's not going to happen. Humans obviously live in much larger groups than 50. We live in cities of millions of people, and by many accounts, and certainly some may be familiar with Dunbar's number. Robin Dunbar came up with this. It's about 150. That's his theory about the sort of maximum number of friends that humans have based on our sort of cognitive limits. Friends, in that sense, being defined as really more acquaintances and work colleagues and people who you're likely to see on a fairly regular basis, sort of weekly or monthly. But there's inner circles within that. At sort of the innermost circle is maybe one or two people. Your partner, close siblings. You've got a slightly larger circle around 5, and then again at 15, and then at 50, and then the 150 is sort of those acquaintances. And there's probably circles beyond that as well. We'll get to them. But yeah, grooming is not going to get you to 150 friends, though. You don't have time in the day. And, the OxBAT committee does not spend all of our meetings, massaging each other, unfortunately. But so in order to get beyond the 50 limit, there's a suggestion that we needed other social bonding mechanisms, that we had to go beyond what other primates had available to them. This is the audience interaction part. What do all these images have in common? Anyone want to shout it out? Oh, there's so many hands. Yeah, Ben. All people working together? Yep, exactly. There's a specific... Is this Imogen? Yeah? I'm not in all of them. I'm only in 2 of those photos. but good observations. That's only half correct. Yeah. Community? Yes, there's community. Oh, it was in the title. Yeah. Also, yes. One more word, Eva. Yeah, I know. Yeah, go for it. Synchronized. Yeah, they're all synchronous activities. They're also all of the other things. Synchrony I define as a sort of a more specific type of cooperation or coordination. And it pops up in all sorts of human activities in basically every human culture that we're aware of at this point. Maybe there could be an uncontacted tribe somewhere that doesn't synchronize at all, but as far as anthropologists are aware, everyone does this. We do it when dancing with each other, we do it when singing with each other, militaries do it while marching together, Oxford colleges do it while rowing together. One of my supervisors has done a lot of research with rowing teams and the social bonding effects of rowing in time versus rowing out of time. It's quite profound. So this is, it occurs in many particular contexts. The ones I'm most interested in are in the music and dance context, but we also see it. Militaries are very much aware of this, right? That if you get people to synchronize with each other, they feel more bonded together. And, of course, interestingly, are more likely to lay down their lives for each other. And so there's a very interesting kind of extreme example of group synchrony where your sense of self dissolves into the sense of the group, and then you're more likely to sacrifice yourself for the group. That's a kind of extreme form of total identity fusion, which another Oxford anthropologist, Harvey Whitehouse, is looking at a lot at the moment, dealing largely with extremist groups and your willingness to kind of lay down your life for your group. Interesting stuff. Is what it is. Synchrony is neither good nor bad. You can use it for many different ends, but it will get you to a larger group size. And studies show that you can sing and dance with a large number of people. One of my supervisors spent a lot of time in Oxford nightclubs, taking notes and noting down the number of people that people would dance with in a night. And you can have choirs of 100 people all singing together, and they all kind of feel good about it afterwards. So that's great. The other thing people do is they sing in particular contexts. church being one of them. But most religions kind of leverage this. There's a lot of ritual contexts that involve synchrony, where we are singing or dancing with each other in a kind of ritual sense. And this is interesting because you're synchronizing not just at the level of the sort of the second or the half a second, at the beat level, where you're synchronizing your footsteps as you're tapping, but you're also synchronizing at a sort of, at the level of days and weeks, in that you all decide to come together on a Sunday morning or a Friday night to perform an activity together. So you're synchronizing at two levels there. So it's a kind of multi-scale synchrony that you get in these kind of rituals. Whitehouse refers to these kind of regular weekly rituals as being doctrinal, in that you tend to have like a shared belief structure that is repeated on a regular weekly or monthly or so basis. This is contrasted with imagistic rituals, which tend to be one-off things, quite emotionally intense, but not repeated on a regular timescale. And human societies have been kind of chugging along, doing a lot of this kind of ritual synchronized behavior in order to bind us together. And it works great for getting to 150 people, which is kind of the size of most hunter-gatherer societies that you see, that we have seen around the world and historically. But not much more than that. So we need kind of other mechanisms to get to larger group sizes, in order to get people identifying with, their city or their nation state. And so probably other technologies have come along. Let's have a chat. And this is I have a printing press up here, but this is a slow progression. And really it's a slow progression of, in some ways, desynchronization, but development of technologies that allow us to kind of reach and identify with more people. It probably didn't start with the printing press, so it didn't end with it. But what we see is that, particularly, with the invention of kind of writing, and to an extent, art as well. Even when you think about cave painting, you can put something on a wall and other people can come along and look at that after the fact and still have some sense of communication with you. And isn't that interesting? It's a non-synchronized communication. If you're going to sing or even like tell stories with people, that's something you have to do all together at the same time, and it's kind of ephemeral and time locked. And as soon as you stop doing that, you can't experience that art form anymore. That moment in time is gone. Once you start kind of printing stuff and distributing it, then you're interacting with people across different times, which is kind of cool. And that means that you can communicate over a broader time scale as well, and feel some sense of connection with people who may not even be alive at the same time as you, or perhaps just don't live in the same country as you, if you can read a book that was printed in a different country and then sent to you, which is fantastic. This has kind of just been a slow progression, as we've become, in some ways less synchronized and more distanced, and more able to communicate at distances. TV is actually a really interesting example, because TV actually used to be quite synchronized, and it has become progressively more desynchronized as we've gone on. I remember reading a wonderful book by Alan Alda, called, actually, I think it was, he's written 2 autobiographies. I think it was the one called Never Have Your Dog Stuffed, which is probably good life advice just in general, in case anyone, take home message from the talk. But he was the star of MASH. He played Hawkeye. MASH was a terribly popular show in, I don't know, was it the 70s, in the US? And it ran for 11 seasons. It was one of the most popular shows of its time. And when the last episode of MASH went to air, before they finally finished the series, all of the cast went out for dinner as the show was airing, and he was blown away by the fact that there was no one on the street, and they couldn't. It took him a while to really understand why the restaurant was deserted and they didn't see anyone out there. But of course, it's because MASH was so popular. Everyone was home watching MASH, so the cast could quite happily go out and no one would recognize them. But we don't really get experiences like that anymore, because TV has become desynchronized. Gone are the rituals of going home and watching MASH at 6 p.m. when it was on a Monday night, I think. because we have streaming on demand services, so you can watch it whenever you want. The only maybe exception in recent times was Game of Thrones, where everyone used to, well, in Australia at least, everyone used to torrent it, like as soon as it was released in the US, and then they'd go home and watch it, and you talk about it the next day. But now mostly TV comes on demand, and we don't have that ritual of watching a show together so much. Technology has allowed some pushback towards this, and over. Sorry, I didn't warn you guys, did I? It was on Twitter, so you know, we've all been working more remotely, and you know, geography is no longer such an impediment to synchronized experience. We can get on Zoom calls, which is not quite a replacement for in-person interaction. Curious to note that you really can't sing on Zoom. Many choirs have tried to coordinate their singing via Zoom rehearsals, and it's not great. There is still an inherent delay in the internet connections that we have that are an impediment to true synchronization, but you can kind of have a shared experience on a video call. And I think, you know, in the last couple of years, particularly since, you know, COVID, maybe we are living in a sort of COVID age in terms of our socializing technologies, people have started to rediscover the importance of synchronized experience and rituals. So we've been dealing with this sort of de-ritualization as we become, you know, a bit less temporally bound. And I think there's been a process of re-ritualization. So I got kind of interested in this during COVID when some of my colleagues, mostly based in Denmark, actually, were studying the way musicians were dealing with the pandemic, in that all of their concerts got cancelled, and suddenly all the in-person interaction they had with their fans, with their audiences, had disappeared, and all of the kind of synchronized experience you get of playing at a concert had gone. And so they all turned to doing live streams. And we got interested in like documenting the live stream concerts that people were doing, and whether audiences got any sense of social bonding out of those concerts, which, as it turns out, they kind of do. Like, it's not really a replacement, but watching a live stream concert is a bit different to just watching a YouTube video, which is kind of interesting because you know that there's other people there experiencing it in the same time as you, give or take half a second. So there was that COVID music project, but then also if we look at, you know, how now we're getting to the crypto stuff. I knew I'd get there eventually. But you can also look at crypto communities, which are inherently online communities and kind of always have been, right? That's just how Web3 operates. There's very little in-person interaction except at conferences like this. I think it's funny that, like, you know, the good morning, good night channel is almost ubiquitous in Discord servers. And why? Like, well, what does mostly it's just posting 2 letters to each other. The only thing I can really think of is that you're sharing a moment in time. This is a daily ritual. People get up, they post their 2 letters, you remind the community that you're there, and it's purely kind of ritualistic behavior, and also very time bound. And given that these are not, you know, geographically bound communities all operating in different time zones, it's quite funny when you get like good morning and good night being posted simultaneously from different sides of the world. It's a phenomenon I'd love to understand a bit more, but we're kind of leaving it as an open question because I have no data on this. Then we have, you know, proof of attendance, and I'm glad that Ben sort of brought up soulbound tokens and other kind of sort of authentic markers of participation or of achievement. But there's POAPs have become a really good example where events will have a POAP, so you can prove that you were there, and this becomes you know, an authentic marker that you are part of that community, that you shared this moment in time with a group of other people. And, you know, if we're thinking about the need for authentic markers of group identity, which, you know, can be used to get through our freeloading problems and identify who's really part of your group, maybe that is a useful technological innovation there. Although I'm leaving questions very much open at this point. There's other interesting examples, and this is a particular NFT project which I find quite fascinating for many reasons. It's called Levana, the Levana protocol. It's actually a DeFi protocol for leverage trading, which was, funnily enough, built on the Terra blockchain. And we were talking about the resilience of community before, and when Terra went down and the price of Luna went to effectively zero, which is almost unheard of. Interestingly, the NFT communities built on the Terra blockchain turned out to be quite resilient and probably a better investment than the Luna token itself. So Levana is one of those that ended up sort of, getting up and leaving. They took off from the moon and went to Juno, which is a network, also a Cosmos-based blockchain, named after one of the moons of Jupiter. But anyway, so they moved their NFT project. Their community is very much still going, which is kind of interesting in and of itself. But I find the ritual aspects of their minting process quite interesting, because all of the meteorites that make up their NFT collection were minted over a 44-hour period, where you had to bid on the meteors every hour on the hour for 44 hours. And some people actually did this for the whole process, and they brag about it in the Discord channel. And this is clearly a kind of a social bonding moment happened as they took part in this particular moment in time. The implications of that are quite interesting, because maybe this is a barrier to entry for new people who did not share that, quite intense, almost imagistic mode ritual that the initial OG members went through. What you then do with your meteorites is you crack them open, you get eggs, you can nest your eggs and get different traits from them. So there's an element of personalization that happens there as well. Not only the initial kind of minting process, but the NFTs evolve with you as you kind of play the games that they have embedded in what is supposed to be a DeFi protocol. But there's a bit of a theme here of DeFi protocols recognizing the power of NFTs to keep their communities around, because really, what is a DeFi protocol without users? Next example I have is quite similar in some ways. This is the Beethoven X project, which I find particularly interesting, because I don't know many DeFi protocols that actually hire a social scientist to work with them. I've been collaborating with Josie at Beethoven, who is probably listening now, so hi Josie. My partner and I have both been kind of working with her on some of the projects she's been coordinating for Beethoven, and she's sort of hired by them to study their community, because the protocol is interested in knowing what their community is about and what they kind of gain from taking part in this protocol. Beethoven also has an NFT collection, owning one of the Beethoven NFTs, which that's one of them. There's various kind of variations on their mascot there. Owning one of those NFTs buys you access to a private channel in their Discord server. And the channels of their Discord server are particularly interesting, I find, as a social researcher. They have one called the Lotus Room, which on a weekly basis, they get together for calls, usually of quite a small group of people, sort of somewhere between 5 and 10 participants. They do meditation sessions. They have what they call conscious conversations, where people share often quite private stuff that's going on in their lives. They also have more tech-based conversations where they, share sort of share their kind of shared interests in blockchain technology. But from the sort of initial discussions that we've been having, it seems that people really do gain a sense of meaning and connection from the regular weekly ritual of getting together and having these conversations in these groups, which is perhaps particularly interesting for a DeFi protocol, right? Because this is, they have other meetings, sort of town hall AMA style meetings, where they do earnings reports for, the protocol as though it was sort of the AGM of a company, perhaps like a bank might do. And the conscious conversations they have in the Lotus Room are quite unlike that. And it's hard to imagine people kind of, reaching out to their bank for sort of emotional or social support. And yet this is very much what people are doing for what is supposed to be a kind of finance-based protocol. So it is certainly providing community beyond what you would expect if people were purely in it for the money. My last example of kind of interesting communities is this is actually called Temple DAO. They don't beat around the bush when it comes to rituals. And they're interesting because they kind of lean into the some of the more imagistic mode rituals, in that they have an initiation rite where you actually had to film yourself burning money in order to join the server. Yeah, I'm not going to dwell on them, but it's kind of interesting that some people have really lent into the ritualized aspects of these communities. But we'll leave them there. So that's kind of like, you know, this I guess most of what I've been talking about so far wouldn't necessarily have to involve blockchain, but it's just kind of the way people are, in fact, leveraging very old ideas in human social bonding and behavior in their online communities. But what about blockchain specifically as a technology? Blockchain is often described as being trustless, and that's been challenged before at this conference, and I'd like to challenge it again in many ways. I think, in fact, blockchain is, you know, trust is in fact integral to blockchain. In many ways, it is a technology for trust. The idea of, you know, don't trust, verify is, you know, a powerful concept perhaps. But if you make someone's behavior, you know, truly transparent and verifiable online, then that does, in some respect, remove a lot of the freeloading problems that humans have had to deal with up until this point. You know, it raises questions like, do you need to invest so much time in, you know, creating social bonds and, you know, trying to figure out who your friends are through these friend building, you know, behavioral mechanisms that we have, if you can just kind of tell what someone's behavior is because it's transparently projected up on the internet, maybe that cuts out a middleman there, perhaps, or perhaps not. And, you know, I'm going to leave that kind of as an open discussion question, I think, because in an ideal world, maybe, but I think there's an argument to be made that we in fact need all of these levels. And so I kind of want to end on this slide to give us a bit of a tour back through some of our mechanisms, because very much as part of this theory of you know, social bonding at different levels. Oh, there's the echo. That's new. Thanks, Joe. As part of this kind of theory of social bonding at different levels is that you do need like all of these mechanisms to get to the different levels. Humans still do groom each other. It just happens in the smaller social groups. You know, you might have more kind of intimate touch with you know, close family or partners than you do with your kind of work colleagues. But it's still very much there at the inner levels of our social circles. You know, we might engage with dance and music and synchronized experiences with, you know, particular groups of friends. That's me swing dancing, in case anyone was wondering. But you know, but that's not going to get you to interact with kind of everyone that you do. You might share identities with people who have read the same books as you, or have shared beliefs, or engage in kind of shared ideas that is shared not in synchronized time, but you know, is shared sort of across space through published works or what have you. We might share beliefs with religious groups and engage in large-scale doctrinal rituals, be they religious or otherwise. And of course, there's a great example of a national ritual that we've just gone through with the mourning period of the monarch, which is a whole other anthropological discussion, which is for not now. So we still engage in all of those things. And then I think there's a huge question mark over these last couple of circles about whether, you know, blockchain might be, and the NFT projects built upon it might be a new behavioral technology that we have developed that allow us to trust authentically people to be part of our social group. Do you really feel a connection with the other people who own a profile picture on the Ethereum blockchain? Is this a way of verifying that they are part of your group and that you can trust them and feel a sense of belonging with them and go to them for social support, or not? And so I think that's, you know, that's where I'm kind of interested in taking some of my research going forward, and I'm very much interested in the conversations we've had already and in the conversations I'm sure we will have still to come. If anyone would like to have those conversations with me, my contact details are there, and I will leave us to sign out the conference, I guess. No, there's question time and there's a coffee break. Thank you so much for being here.
On the topic of don't trust, verify, and the question of trust in large systems, I wonder, by your examples, that perhaps there is a quality that having to trust is a source of satisfaction in itself in human culture. Like in some ways, your examples kind of bring that to mind, because if you have to synchronize, that synchronization in itself includes at least a little bit of trust. You're trusting a pattern in itself, like it might not be a large amount, but it's certainly there. So perhaps this vision of a human as this sort of computing machine that can get away from all the trust is actually kind of losing a part that is very much part of our social buildup. So do you have any thoughts on that, that trust itself might be a needed part of social satisfaction and maybe social realization?
I think there really might be something in that, and I think we always have to remember that we're still kind of, we're still apes, and we're still thinking with our ape brains that have evolved over millions of years, and I think there probably is something quite powerful in trusting others, and we still rely upon these old social bonding mechanisms. So I think totally replacing them is not going to happen anytime soon. Maybe with human augmentation or something when you've plugged your Neuralink into the blockchain. But yeah. So I'm quite skeptical about totally replacing the need for trust. I think there is something satisfying about relinquishing control to others and trusting that they have your best interests in heart as well. So I think we still need that. We still need our close friends. But it's very interesting to see when there are people who take part in these communities who do seem to really get a sense of connection, because we can't doubt that. Well, you can doubt that that's real. Maybe they're lying, but I think we should take it seriously when they say that they do.
Thanks. Oh, thank you, Joshua. It was fantastic. I really loved your examples of the synchronous action, that the 4 examples, but it made me think like, and this actually ties in really well with the invisible labor paper that we heard earlier. How much easier it is to have this synchronous action when all of the members are similar, or the more similar they are, the more easy it is to build something like that. So if you transfer that to the discussion about communities, I mean, it kind of makes sense, because we have an innate tendency to favor people who look like us, who behave like us, who are the same gender, nationality, language group, whatever. So so in terms of kind of like these anonymous, faceless online communities where building trust and kind of, building the community is very, very difficult to begin with. We need all kinds of mechanisms to sort of leverage that process of trusting each other and kind of overcoming the threshold of accepting people who are not like us, who might be coming from entirely different circumstances and situations and contexts, and treating them as equal as part of the community. So do you see that there's something that we could learn from this kind of live synchronous action, which you so beautifully described, in terms of how online communities rebuild and restructure some of those rituals that allow for social cohesion and bonding to happen?
Oh, that's such a good question, and I'm not sure if I can provide recommendations as such, but I think there is a very powerful effect of homophily. People like people who are like themselves, and you see this in social psychology studies all the time, and it's a huge basis for a lot of social problems as well. Where people identify that someone's different to them and then discriminate against them. Actually, I should say there's a downside to any social bonding. When you start forming groups, that implies an outgroup. So it's not all kind of like nice, warm and fuzzy, let's go dancing in the fields kind of stuff. There's a downside to it. But in terms of yeah, it is easier to coordinate with others who are like yourselves. And one of the how far to go into this? One of the kind of general sort of frameworks from neuroscience I work with quite often is about the predictive brain hypothesis. The idea that a lot of what the brain is doing is making predictions about the world. And when we're interacting with others and coordinating with others, we're making predictions about another person, and they're making predictions about us. So we become like mutually inferring agents who are interacting, both aware that we are making inferences about each other, and the actions of one person become the perception of the other, and my actions become their perception. It's this kind of feedback loop. It's much easier to have that interaction when you're both coming from similar expectations, what we call within this model sort of priors, like statistical priors. If we both come into that with similar expectations about what that interaction is going to be like, then it's easier to coordinate with them. So for the dance example, say, I'm a swing dancer. I have taken classes in swing dance. I've learnt the steps. So I can go to any swing dance community in the world, and whether or not I speak the language, I would be able to dance with the people there because they've also taken classes and learnt the same steps. And so you've got a kind of shared language there, which same with verbal language, right? It's easier to have a conversation with someone if you speak the same language and have the same expectations about what conversation is like. If you don't share that common ground or have those shared priors or whatever term you'd like to use, it's much harder to coordinate. And that there's a lot of cultural knowledge that goes into developing those shared priors that become a basis for collaboration and communication. So I guess trying to propagate that common ground and getting people to have common language and common expectations about what an online community should be would help to create those structures for engagement. That would be an idea off the top of my head.
I love that talk. In fact, now I want to just attend a whole anthropology and blockchain conference. I'm so just thank you so much.
We're going to take over, thanks.
But I was thinking a lot about my own participation in rituals in general in my life, and I've always been that kind of person. And I don't know if this translates in the UK to I never felt comfortable joining the electric slide or Cotton Eye Joe dances at weddings and things like that. Something always felt like the synchronization of people moving together, it was existentially even terrifying to me. It's something I felt very uncomfortable around, and that extends to a lot of areas of my own life. And maybe if I was in a pack of animals, they would leave me to die or something then because we didn't have the same priors. But the point is that I think a lot about this term good morning or GM and GN and good night. And I've personally, although I engaged heavily in these Twitter spaces and in these communities, have never used it ever. This me saying it out loud right now is the first time I've even said it because I don't like to even acknowledge it. And I think one of those reasons, because I think about this a lot, is because I view it almost as this type of signaling, or even mildly, maybe it's not mild, a dog whistle of some kind in this kind of hate group way, and the way I was kind of referring to this rare Pepe or early engagement with blockchain. And I feel like there's a lot of these ritualistic languages and symbols within these blockchain communities that may be erring on this kind of dog whistle, Reddit, 4chan kind of thing. So I just wanted you to maybe comment on that and if you see that as well.
I think there's on the kind of the not wanting to synchronize side of things, there's a hole in the literature in terms of why people don't want to synchronize with each other. Although the focus in research has been the positive effects, and there's much less about, well, why do people choose not to dance with someone? And there's myriad reasons, right? Why you might not want to be seen as part of a community, why you might not want to interact with a person because you don't see them as a desirable kind of collaborative partner in whatever the kind of communicative endeavor it is that you're going through. So yeah, I guess by kind of taking part in that, you are identifying yourself with it, aren't you? And for whatever reason, if you don't want to be part of that, then you don't engage in the synchronous behavior that would otherwise symbolize your group membership. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the who's taking part in this, there's I think crypto communities are fascinating because it seems like there's many different kinds of people there for quite different reasons. And some of the kind of the symbols and behaviors, I think, have been co-opted by particular groups, and then some groups have run with that more than others. I can't really comment on exactly, whether GMGN is a sort of a far-right hate symbol. It's an interesting idea, but I would love to interview some people who do engage in that and see what they actually think. I'm not sure if I've made that connection myself personally, but
I just want to be careful to say that I don't think a majority of people at this point engaging with that language, and of course it's the hashtag and most of these discords are coming from that, but I think the origins, you might find that they are in that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a lot of internet culture that we see now did originate on 4chan, and it came from a particular place. Although 4chan might be different now than it was sort of in the earlier days, perhaps as well. These communities do change. I think it's worse than it was in the early days. Yeah.
Have you come across any research about what allows people to kind of ritually bond where there's a lot of diversity? Like where people don't have so much in common, have you come across research into that?
Yeah, so there's thinking of online examples. I've got lots of offline examples. There has been some really interesting stuff done looking at whether taking part in particularly in the arts, actually, like the use of performing arts as a way of bridging gaps between people is an active area of research. I know I can think of projects in Northern Ireland and in Israel-Palestine in particular, where they try and get people from across the divide to, say, take part in an orchestra together or do dance classes together and see if that can kind of break down some boundaries. And with some success, because you are establishing a degree of common ground there between people who come from different cultural backgrounds who otherwise might not interact with the other person so much. But through a shared experience in time and space, they start to see these other people as people that they can interact with and not as a kind of abstract other. So I think there is a possibility there for these kinds of mechanisms to break down some of that othering. Yeah, be interesting to see if that kind of applies online as well, because my God, there is some divisions between online groups. Yeah, good question. Can I have a nap now? It's been a long week.
You got any more questions?
Thank you so much. That was so interesting. I love the examples you gave, especially when it comes to like social bonding. So I've got this project I'm working on as a natural hair care line, but I'm trying to integrate like real life events to boost well-being. And literally everything you said down to the T is literally the same concept. It's just so amazing to hear it backed by research. But I was wondering, what are your favorite sort of like NFT projects, especially that you love, that integrate real life really well, like in real life, ex digital? What are some of your favorites? Or do you not think those?
Yeah, they interact with the real world.
Yeah, like really well. I love the example. Was it Temple DAO? You said that they
Temple
do, like,
DAO. Yeah.
They do like the online sort of like conscious conversations.
Oh no, that was Beethoven.
Okay.
Yeah, so like Beethoven's a really interesting platform, and I've been sort of talking with them more, I guess, so I know them better. I'm sure there's other examples. I hope there's other examples. I hope there's other people doing this. Yeah, I mean, Temple DAO was the one where they burn money on camera, which is a very like Bullingdon Club thing to do. There's a certain ritualistic side to that. But yeah, Beethoven X has a lot of kind of community calls within their Discord channel. Okay. So it's not so much people meeting up in person, but they definitely talk to each other. Interestingly, they're still anonymous, so they all use pseudonyms. Yeah. But they do seem to, like, a lot of people do seem to have some sense of affiliation with the other people. And then they get regular attendees who are there every week on a Thursday afternoon. They come for a breathwork session in Discord in what is ostensibly a DeFi protocol.
Yeah, so cool. So like, do you think there's a movement towards maybe in the future, there's more like in real life integrations, like token gated events and stuff? Like I know you mentioned the Discord group, like for those that hold NFTs, they have access to specific channels or things like that, like a movement towards it.
I think possibly we will start to see that more. You know, DAOs as we traditionally think of them are quite impersonal in some ways, and you know, online interaction. You know, I guess I probably got the point across, but online interaction has for a long time been quite asynchronous, right? Like which is probably the source of a lot of the issues that we have in online interactions. Like when you're speaking just through text and you can't read body language and you have no sense of like timing and pacing and you can't have like a fluid conversation, then that just opens up a lot of opportunity for miscommunication. And oftentimes people sound more aggressive online than perhaps they intend to. And if they were talking in person and could read each other's body language, then they might not hate each other so much. So I think there maybe is a move towards like having more personalized interactions online, and maybe some of these protocols are providing space for that. Interestingly, the Lotus Room in Beethoven X, which is where they have these conscious conversations, that really started up just after the crypto crash earlier this year. So I think it really began as a sort of support group for people who were losing a lot of money at the time. But it's kept going and it's kept people around because they do find this meaningful. It'd be interesting to see, you know, how that changes as the market changes over time.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll put my organizer hat back on, and I guess we're going to a coffee break now until, okay, 15-minute coffee break. There should be coffee out in the foyer, and then we'll come back for a closing session just to wrap up the conference. So please stick around for that. Thank you.